It all begins on a cold night in the middle of the snow-covered mountains. A bearded man tries to warm himself up by sipping a piping hot drink. Suddenly, footsteps in the snow announce the arrival of a visitor. The man calmly keeps drinking while watching whoever is approaching. Jay appears wearing light clothes and says he plans to leave as soon as he is done. The assassin checks his phone, looking at a picture of Simon Jones as his target. Simon realizes he's been found and asks if the Union sent the young man. He quickly recognizes Jay's legendary figure by his distinct features. The man mentions that he has heard a lot about Jay through Johnny. Jay coldly explains that Johnny isn't his friend, just a coworker. He goes on to clarify the difference in their backgrounds to prevent any confusion. Simon feels a bit awkward upon catching the harsh tone in his words. The campfire crackles as the tension between the two rises. Both stare at each other intensely, knowing full well what comes next. Sparks fly into the air, signaling that the battle is about to begin. Jay rushes forward at unbelievable speed to catch his opponent off guard. Their first clash hits hard, right next to the roaring fire. Simon reacts quickly, trying to use his weapon to block the attack. The two trade fierce blows in the middle of the snowstorm. A bright streak cuts through the air as the fight grows more intense. Jay moves with sharp precision, never losing focus for a single second. Blades collide, sending sparks flying in the dark night. Simon tries to counterattack, using all the strength he has left. The heavy blow is masterfully blocked before it can do any harm. The bearded man raises his hatchet to deliver a finishing blow. Jay ducks underneath and prepares his own counterstrike. With a swift flick of his wrist, he changes the trajectory of his blade. The strike lands precisely on target, making Simon groan in pain. Even injured, Simon attempts one last desperate swing with his weapon. Jay dodges the charge and positions himself to bring the fight to an end. He executes a precise move that completely crushes any resistance. Simon takes a critical strike and drops his axe onto the ground. Jay stands tall over his defeated enemy in the snow. Blood drips from the blade, sealing the outcome of the battle. Fallen and coughing, Simon admits that Jay truly deserves his legendary status. The man asks if the elimination order came down because of Johnny. Jay simply comments that the Union wasn't happy about the new company that was started. Simon smiles and says they want to tear down everything connected to it. He asks if Jay doesn't think the Union is acting in bad faith. The Union monopolized all hit contracts in North America. Anyone outside the system is left without work and forced to beg for scraps. Even regular staff members treat the operatives with extreme contempt. Simon then repeats his question, wanting to know Jay's honest opinion. Jay calmly replies that he doesn't usually make those kinds of judgments. He states that he simply carries out whatever job he is given. Simon gives a weak laugh and says he's curious about Jay's future. The man draws his last breath as the job is finished. Bloodstains mark the final moments of the encounter in the cold snow. Jay walks away alone, leaving only his footprints behind. He keeps moving forward, maintaining his usual composure after the mission. The story shifts to the imposing headquarters of the Union in downtown. Inside the office, an executive hands Jay the details of his next contract. Looking at his phone, Jay realizes that Simon's prediction actually made sense. The screen reveals that the assigned target for the mission is Johnny Wong. Jay then remembers the time Johnny invited him out for a drink. He recalls that his colleague had always acted friendly toward him from the start. The Union used to pair them up to complete missions together. Johnny introduced himself during the very first job they worked side by side. That day, they shook hands, and Jay simply gave his name. Johnny thought it was great destiny to be paired with another Asian operative. The man suggested they become friends, but Jay warned him that he didn't do friendships. Even so, Johnny just smiled and said he had just made one. Over time, Johnny's persistence created a strong closeness between them. Flashbacks show the two talking at the counter of a quiet bar. Johnny placed his glass on the table and suggests taking their partnership a step further. He invited Jay to become his partner in a new business venture. Johnny revealed his plan to start his own company away from the union. He complained heavily about the exorbitant fees charged by the organization. The man assured him that together they could build something incredible. Jay turned down the offer on the spot, surprising Johnny with how fast he answered. He explained that he prefers working alone and living life on his own terms. Johnny sighed, admitting he had already expected that response from his partner. Jay asked why he had made the offer, and Johnny said he just had to give it a shot. Johnny joked that if the company grew big, the union would send Jay to eliminate him. Back in the present, Jay confirms the contract to bring down Johnny's company. The executive warns him that the target is the entire organization, which is packed with mercenaries. The offered reward of $25 million guarantees a peaceful retirement. Jay questions why they aren't using the union's own direct forces. The man replies that a full-scale assault would cause unnecessary losses. He adds that Jay is the most reliable weapon for this job. Jay accepts the job on the condition that he only destroys the company's infrastructure. He demands that Johnny's life be spared, leaving the executive shocked. The young man reminds him that no one else could pull off such a difficult job. The executive agrees, as long as Johnny loses all of his power forever. The scene shifts to the busy city streets during the afternoon. Jay walks thoughtfully, not quite understanding why he spared his colleague. He wonders if he simply wanted to avoid taking Johnny's life with his own hands. Just then, a street kid approaches selling handmade bracelets. The boy says the accessory carries a mysterious power that Jay might need. Curious, Jay asks what kind of power such a simple bracelet could possess. With a smile, the boy answers that it grants the power to start life over. Jay is struck by such profound words coming from the young boy. He buys the bracelet and decides that he truly wants a fresh start. Now, during the assault, Jay leaves a trail of defeated enemies throughout the building. Heading up the stairs, he thinks about taking the multi-million reward to retire. Fast footsteps echo down the hallway, showing that more reinforcements are coming. Several armed men rush forward, shouting as Jay ponders his future, readying his blade. He realizes he never actually thought about what he'd do in retirement. Meanwhile, Johnny gazes at the city from his office, holding a drink. Jay finally opens the office door and stands face to face with Johnny. Johnny makes a sarcastic remark about the visit, but Jay plainly tells him his company is over. Jay takes the drink offered by his colleague and downs it in one gulp. Then he slams the glass onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. He states that he tore the organization apart and notices that Johnny is badly injured. Even with almost no strength left, Johnny tries to push himself up to face the intruder. He splashes his drink into Jay's face to distract the young man. Immediately after, Johnny launches a surprise attack, shattering the window glass. Jay is surprised by the sudden move and tries to quickly regain his footing. The two engage in a fierce hand-to-hand fight right there in the office. The force of their clash destroys the furniture as they trade heavy blows. Johnny manages to draw a blade hidden at his waist to attack. Even stumbling, the man approaches knife in hand to keep fighting. Johnny grabs Jay by the collar and demands to know the reason behind all of this. He unleashes desperate strikes, repeatedly asking why. Screaming in anger, Johnny tries to deal a final strike with the knife. The blade zooms toward Jay's neck at a dangerous speed. Jay enters absolute focus, his eyes glowing with intense energy. He dodges the lethal attack with a lightning, fast motion. The young man delivers a devastating counterattack straight to his opponent. Johnny feels the crushing impact and coughs blood, completely unable to react. One final landed hit strikes Johnny with extraordinary force. The man collapses unconscious on the wooden floor, completely defeated. Jay ponders how to neutralize Johnny without having to take his life. However, he realizes he took too much damage during the previous fights. The sound of slow clapping mysteriously begins echoing through the office. Looking back, Jay angrily asks who is showing up there. The union executive appears, accompanied by heavily armed soldiers. Multiple red laser sights are aimed at Johnny on the floor. Other red dots lock onto Jay, who realizes the impending danger. Without warning, the soldiers open fire on Johnny mercilessly. Jay turns around in shock, seeing his former partner gunned down without a chance. He yells furiously, reminding them that sparing Johnny was part of the deal. A bullet hits Jay, making him groan in pain as he falls to the ground. The executive tells him not to get angry while watching the scene. Jay glares at the man with eyes full of hatred and thirst for vengeance. The executive adjusts his glasses, coldly stating that it's just business. He explains that people who are too exceptional become threats to the union. The man concludes that taking down such figures is necessary for control. Outrage, Jay shouts, questioning the corrupt morals of that organization. A volley of rifle fire is unleashed all at once toward Jay. The young man's body is riddled with bullets in a relentless hail of gunfire. He collapses lifeless onto the floor, leaving his hand with the bracelet outstretched. Suddenly, the accessory starts glowing with a bright, magical blue light. The mysterious energy rises into the sky, forming a mystical circle. The butterfly-shaped light wraps around the hand of someone awakening. The person opens his eyes and notices street signs along a road. Looking at his marked wrist, he wonders if he is still alive. A panicked driver speaks on his phone, saying he just hit a delivery guy. The young man recognizes the Korean language and realizes he's suddenly in Korea. He figures out that he has ended up in the body of the newly deceased delivery guy. The drunk driver gets startled hearing the young man's voice right behind him. Without giving him a chance to react, the delivery guy hits him with a brutal headbutt. He knocks the man to the ground, while the guy tries to cry out for help. With a firm stomp to the head, the young man knocks the driver out cold on the asphalt. He opens the door of the luxury car, reflecting on this strange reincarnation. Taking the wheel, the young man gets in and speeds off down the dark road. Remembering his tragic end back in the United States, his eyes fill with determination. Now in control, he vows to destroy the Union and take revenge on those who betrayed him. The MC realizes he's now in Korea while looking at the car parked in the middle of the street. He knows that just driving around aimlessly won't help him reach the United States. Besides, Union members aren't easy to track down, even if he were in America. Exhausted by it all, he rubs his face and thinks he needs a break after passing away and coming back to life. The young man decides to head to the former owner's old home to finally get some rest. He remembers how an assassin's job used to require a lot of investigation and planning. But these days, hacking someone's phone reveals absolutely everything about their life. He uses the former owner's face to easily unlock the phone. The phone finally unlocks, giving him access to all the personal information he needed. He enters the small and humble apartment where the former owner used to live. He tosses the keys on the table, complaining about the poor state of the place after finding the address on the phone. The young man opens the empty fridge and grabs a bottle of water, realizing there is no food inside. While drinking water, he finds out the 27-year-old man was named Jin Jae Hyun. The former owner had piled up a lot of debt after his career failed, and he bet on cryptocurrencies. He throws the empty plastic bottle in the trash while reflecting on that failed life. The young man sits on the bed, thinking about how the poor guy met a tragic end when he was hit by a drunk driver. Suddenly, someone starts pounding on the door, shouting for Jin Jae Hyun to open up. He looks at his phone and is surprised to see it is already past 1 in the morning with all that commotion. Upon opening the door, the MC is met by 3 bulky men wearing dark suits. One of the men grabs him aggressively, saying he came to collect the overdue payments on a massive debt. He realizes those guys are the dangerous loan sharks the former owner owed so much money to. The noise in the hallway makes the next door neighbor peek out curiously to see what is happening. A young neighbor watches the trouble with a serious and worried look through a crack in the door. She slams the door, annoyed by all that noise disturbing her in the middle of the night. The henchman starts searching the place and find the luxury car key among his things. The group leader complains he bought a car instead of paying the debt and threatens to take him out. Jin Jae Hyun calmly says he has no money and suggests they take the vehicle outside. One of the henchmen is furious at the young man's nerve and steps closer to try and intimidate him. The leader asks for calm and pulls his men aside to decide what to do with that offer. They talk quietly, agreeing that going back empty-handed would be very dangerous for them. The group decides to go down to the street to inspect the vehicle up close and assess its real value. They realize the car is worth a lot of money, but decide to pretend the vehicle is worth almost nothing. The leader lies shamelessly, saying the car does not even cover a few months of overdue interest. He points to the dents in the bodywork, claiming the damaged car has lost almost all its value. Jin Jae Hein walks calmly toward them, saying that just looking at the outside is not enough. Suddenly, the MC grabs one of the henchmen's heads with extreme speed and strength. He slams the man's face against the car window, telling him to check the interior as well. The other two henchmen are completely paralyzed and shocked by such sudden brutality. The accomplice collapses to the ground bleeding as the others realize that Kid has lost it. The strongest henchman tries to land a violent punch, but the MC dodges it perfectly. A quick counterattack, he lands a devastating blow to the attacker's jaw, sending him to the ground. The group leader retreats, tense after seeing his two henchmen defeated in a matter of seconds. Jin Jae Hein stares him down coldly, knowing the man now only has two choices before him. The desperate boss reaches inside his jacket for one last risky move. The MC reacts quickly, thinking the opponent is about to pull a firearm, but the man pulls out only a knife, charging furiously while the young man remembers, this is not America. The blade cuts through the air at high speed, passing very close to the MC's face. With a precise move, he disarms the attacker, sending the knife flying far away in the middle of the dark street. The lone shark leader is completely perplexed upon realizing he has lost his only defensive weapon. Without wasting time, the MC lands a crushing punch directly to the criminal's face. The collection leader collapses, completely knocked out on the cold ground after receiving the precise strike. Jin Jae Hein reaches his hand up and catches the knife mid-air with impressive reflexes. He presses the sharp blade very close to the criminal's face, who screams in terror on the ground. The MC coldly warns that he will take them out if they dare to return while the man begs for his life. Jin tosses the keys back and tells them to get lost, taking the car to sell or scrap. The boss drives away terrified, hand on his face, unable to believe the humiliation he just went through. Through the rearview mirror, he watches the young man standing in the street and wonders who he really is. He is intrigued, trying to understand why such a strong guy gave up the valuable car so easily. Jin knows that vehicle was stolen and finally feels relieved to be able to rest. The light in the small apartment turns on, showing that he is already back in his room. However, he is interrupted again and realizes his plan to rest has gone wrong. The young neighbor suddenly appears in the hallway wanting to talk and gets the young man's attention. She smiles, saying she saw the whole fight from above and was ready to call the authorities. The neighbor shows her phone, indicating she was going to call for help but saw he took care of the men. Jin Jae Hyun asks if she plans to report him instead of those dangerous criminals. She responds with a mysterious smile, saying he only piqued her curiosity. Without giving it much thought, the MC says goodbye, saying he urgently needs to sleep. He closes the door quickly, leaving the neighbor quite surprised by his blunt attitude. Lying on the double bed, the young man lets out a long, tired sigh for everything he went through today. He turns onto his side, trying to calm his thoughts so he can finally fall asleep. Suddenly, his stomach starts to growl very loudly, breaking the silence of the room. Feeling very hungry, he sits up in bed and decides to go get a burger to eat. He walks down the street and finds a well-known diner open 24 hours a day. While eating the snack, he remembers that his former partner Johnny loved burgers. He recalls when he used to complain to Johnny for always eating at the same restaurant. His companion defended the choice, saying fast food was very good and convenient. Johnny explained that this type of snack was ideal because it tastes the same in any country. Even the fries were identical all over the world, ensuring the taste never changed. He explained that eating unknown things away from home cause illness and ruin the job. The friend said that places open in the middle of the night were ideal for their crazy routine. He is amused remembering his partner patiently, explaining his logic about food. The memory makes him thoughtful and melancholy as he remembers that Johnny is unfortunately gone. He feels angry thinking about the traitors who took took them both out, leaving only him back in a new life. While blaming himself for his partner's fate, a mysterious pink-haired girl passes by him. The MC raises his eyes and watches the woman's back, feeling that she is familiar. Looking at her profile, the young man tries to remember if he had seen her somewhere in the past. Hyun's wrist begins to glow intensely with a mysterious blue light mark. He looks startled at his own glowing arm, trying to understand what is happening there. The young man is even more surprised to notice another mark suddenly appearing on his skin. He is startled to see that the mysterious mark on the young woman's arm is also glowing in the same color. The girl stops in her tracks and looks startled at her own wrist, which is shining intensely. The two stand staring at each other, motionless in the diner, while their marks glow in perfect sync. She asks if he is Jay, leaving the MC stunned to hear his old code name. The young man begins to associate her identity and suspects she also came from the same place. An old, familiar silhouette appears in Jin's mind as he tries to process that revelation. The girl begins to move her hand slowly toward her waist, preparing to act. She shockingly reveals that she is actually the reincarnation of his late partner, Johnny. Then, she charges forward furiously, shouting that he was the one who took her life in the past. Hyun is completely incredulous and frozen upon hearing such a serious accusation. She throws him to the ground with all her might, starting an unexpected confrontation in the restaurant. She screams, saying she trusted him as a friend, while holding him against the ground with great aggression. He struggles to breathe and begs her to listen before jumping to conclusions. The MC reveals that the real killers were the union members who also took his life. She loosens her grip, surprised to discover they were both victims of a terrible betrayal. The restaurant employee suddenly appears, very annoyed, telling them both to stop that mess. Embarrassed, they quickly apologize, while the employee watches them with suspicion. The worker begins to mop the floor to clean up all the dirt caused by the commotion. He grumbles that if they were in such a hurry, they should have just rented a hotel room already. Now calmer, the pink-haired young woman sits on the sofa, quite frustrated with the absurd situation. She questions his past choices and is confused by his explanations about trying to save her. Hyun continues eating his burger, commenting that nothing beats the fact that they have been resurrected. She complains about the huge physical differences of her new female body compared to her old one. They finish the meal while wondering how such an unbelievable situation could happen. The MC tries to recall the details of the moments leading up to this massive transformation. Jin asks if she happened to buy a strange accessory on the street before all that tragedy. He mentions the seller's promise of a new life, leaving his partner quite impressed. He reveals that he also bought the same accessory, confirming that the bracelet was responsible for everything. The pink-haired young woman asks what his next steps are now that they are in this new reality. With a furious look, the MC states that they will get revenge, making them pay exactly for what they suffered. She clarifies that she's referring to their immediate plans for the rest of that night. The young woman asks if he already knows where the original owner of the body lived, and Jin confirms he does. She suggests they spend the night at his apartment, since she doesn't have the strength to go far. She mentions tiredly that she had a huge job, trying to get out from under the ground earlier. The young man is stunned, imagining the scene of her waking up buried alive in the middle of a cemetery. She says she urgently needs a shower, and the young man agrees with her need to rest. The light from the window of the small apartment shines again in the middle of the quiet night. The young woman finally takes a hot and relaxing shower to wash all the dirt off her new body. Meanwhile, the young man waits patiently sitting on the bed, thinking about all this absurd madness. He reflects on the path of the past, wondering if things would have been different without the betrayal. She used to say she would hate him forever if things had gone according to the initial plan. The MC questions himself internally if she still holds any deep grudge against him now. She answers with her back turned that she no longer feels hate after understanding the true events of the betrayal. The young woman says lightly that his passing was already punishment and lesson enough for the past. The young man reflects in silence on whether he really learned a valuable lesson after losing everything he had. The bathroom door finally opens, and she praises the excellent temperature of the shower water. As he turns around, the young man gets a tremendous shock and his eyes widen at what he just saw. The young woman comes out of the bathroom completely without clothes, complaining that her long hair takes time to dry. Desperate, the MC covers his eyes, shouting to know why she came out naked like that. She complains about wearing the dirty clothes from the grave and forces the young man to find something clean for her. He quickly tosses a blue jacket toward her, begging her to cover up immediately. The apartment light finally goes out, so they can rest from that insane day. Jin sleeps in the comfortable bed, while his partner settles on an improvised mattress on the floor. Lying in the dark, the young woman asks how he plans to carry out the revenge against the organization. The young man is surprised by the sudden question, while she insists on knowing the details. He replies calmly that he will do it through business, leaving the girl quite confused. The young man suggests they sleep soon, as they will have plenty of time to talk the next day. The next day, the girl notices that the father of her original body won't stop calling insistently. In the taxi, she complains about being the only one in a female body and says her old face was more handsome. The MC mocks her silly comments while she insists she is being serious. Jin notices the phone is in Korean and asks if she noticed that they both know how to speak the language. He tries to justify the language, saying he's heard of people in comas waking up speaking other tongues. The taxi finally brakes and stops in front of the destination, indicating they have arrived. As they get out of the vehicle, the two partners look in awe at the luxurious neighborhood before them. They watch perplexed at the gigantic mansion that belonged to the family of the girl's original body. With some hesitation, she reaches out and presses the intercom button on the huge iron gate. A surprised voice answers through the intercom and asks how Somi managed to return home. Jin Hyun narrows his eyes and becomes pensive at the startled reaction of the person on the other side. The girl's father shouts in the background, telling her to come inside the mansion immediately. The gate unlocks automatically, and she jokes that this mansion is her new home. She decides to go in alone to investigate the family, and promises to meet him later to talk. Jin walks back to his building, thinking about how hard it must be to pretend to love strangers. Lying in his room, he is thankful to have reincarnated it into the body of someone lonely and without family. Checking the empty contact list, he confirms that the former owner lived in complete isolation. With a sad smile, he realizes that his own past life was quite similar to this one. The MC walks around the small room, accepting that he now has no friends or family. While drinking a glass of water, he corrects his thoughts, remembering he still has Johnny by his side. Soon after, loud knocks on the door start to sound, and he deduces that his partner has already returned. The young man unlocks the entrance, finding it strange how fast his friend managed to get back. Suddenly, a gloved hand reaches through the crack in the door, delivering an extremely fast surprise attack. With great reflexes, the MC dodges the lethal blow by very little, keeping his guard firm. A man wearing glasses and a bucket hat emerges, wielding a very sharp kitchen knife. The mysterious intruder enters the apartment aggressively, delivering several strikes in sequence. The two trade swift attacks in the middle of the small room while trying to overpower each other. The dangerous blade cuts through the air and hits the wooden furniture, making splinters fly across the room. The assassin is surprised by the young man's dodging skill and impressive agility. Taking advantage of a gap in the defense, the MC lands a powerful punch to the attacker's face. The impact of the punch makes the attacker stumble and drop his weapon directly onto the wooden floor. The intruder realizes he is in trouble and stares at the young man with a look of absolute shock and despair. In a desperate attempt, he tries to land a punch, but the hero moves even faster. With his eyes glowing intensely, the MC predicts the punch and prepares for the final blow. He connects a devastating left hook that sends the opponent's hat flying across the room. The assassin spits blood and falls completely defeated on the wooden floor, without the strength to react. Jin Hyun calmly approaches the fallen man and coldly asks who sent him there. With a bleeding nose, the intruder looks at the terrified hero, realizing he made a huge mistake. The MC questions if the feared union was responsible for sending an enforcer after him. The man trembles with fear, the lenses of his glasses broken as he faces Jin's demonic gaze. The knife used in the failed attack remains lying on the floor next to a crushed plastic bottle. The MC quickly walks over and picks the weapon up from the floor to use in the intruder's interrogation. He steps forward and digs the tip of the blade, just millimeters from the immobilized criminal's face. The assassin groans in pain, feeling that his life is hanging by a thread in the hands of that monstrous young man. He murmurs desperately, insisting that there's no way the Union could know about Jin Jae, Hein's whereabouts. Jin raises the knife, keeping the pressure steady to extract the truth from that wounded mercenary. In an agile move, he simulates another violent strike, forcing the opponent to reveal his contractor. The metal blade stops right next to the criminal's eye, who remains paralyzed in absolute panic. With a cold expression, the MC demands that he reveal the mastermind behind the attack once and for all. Completely cornered, the bloodied man begins to stutter, preparing to give up the name. In the luxury mansion, Sami's brother and sister watch the situation with visible nervousness and guilt. The father hugs the girl, relieved, while the other two children watch the scene with their arms crossed. The father says the siblings were worried, but she notices their faces are as pale as if they were seeing a ghost. The young woman concludes that the two siblings certainly planned the murder of the body's original owner. Sami's brother steps away and makes an angry call, demanding explanations about the failed plan. He argues with the middleman, asking how a girl presumed dead could return home alive. The middleman stutters, not knowing what to say, and the young man orders them to check the gate cameras. The recording reveals that Somi arrived by taxi accompanied by an unknown man who has already left. He orders them to immediately hunt down her partner and eliminate him before he becomes a dangerous witness. The hero rants furiously, demanding the job be finished without any additional charges. He hangs up the phone, huffing in anger because of the terrible service provided by the mercenaries. The sister suddenly approaches from behind, startling the hare, who quickly hides the call. She asks in distress what happened, and he replies coldly that the assassin made a mistake. He tries to reassure her, stating that in the end, this whole situation might end up being beneficial. Feeling guilty, the young woman asks him to stop this, reminding him that she is still their sister. He snaps back in anger, claiming she is just the mistress's daughter and deserves no consideration. The young man blames the late mistress, saying she worsened their mother's health in the past. He insists that if they don't act now, the half-sister will gain full control of their father's companies. Completely out of control, the hare shouts his sister's name, demanding she change her attitude. He asks her to trust his plans, ensuring he is doing everything only to protect them. Meanwhile, the sun begins to set in the humble residential neighborhood where Jin Jae, Hyen lives. In the apartment, the hero continues the interrogation, wanting to know the contractor's identity. Jin thinks in silence that getting rid of that intruder's body would take a massive amount of cleaning work. The wounded mercenary stares at the young man with extreme tension, trying to guess who he really is. He wonders in terror how an ordinary young man can have such strength and superhuman reflexes. He clenches his fist stealthily, thinking of attacking the MC by surprise if he gets distracted. Sensing the bad intention, the hero moves the tip of the blade closer, making the assassin freeze in fear. The mercenary's survival instinct and experience warn him that trying to fight back is certain doom. Under Jin Jae, Hein's dark and lethal aura, the intruder feels a deep chill down his spine. The MC asks directly if he wants to live, and the man answers yes without hesitation. He tells the intruder to beat it, and tell the contractor that he couldn't find the target. The young man also warns him sternly never to take any more jobs involving the two of them. The MC warns that if he shows up again, it will be the end of him, and the mercenary accepts, trembling. The apartment door is slammed shut, ending that first dangerous threat of the night. Outside, the city lights begin to turn on while someone's phone vibrates. Wounded, the assassin lies to the middleman, stating that he couldn't find the specified target. The middleman rants, but the assassin hangs up, announcing he will return all the money paid. The tension rises in the gigantic imperial mansion upon receiving the call about the refund. Sami's brother punches the wall furiously, unable to contain his outrage toward the mercenaries. Suddenly, the pink-haired young woman appears behind him, giving the angry hare a huge scare. She walks away calmly while he crushes his own cell phone with hatred in his eyes. He orders them to immediately look for a competent professional assassin for the task. In her room, she analyzes the data from Somi's phone to map out the girl's family situation. She discovers that the kind gentleman who welcomed her is the powerful president of a large economic group. The two older half-siblings are children from the millionaire president's first marriage. Sami's mother passed away in the past, leaving the young woman as her father's favorite and most targeted heir. Piecing the clues together, she concludes that the siblings set up her death to inherit the entire fortune. Her sister Ju Kang enters her quarters, breaking the young investigator's train of thought. She approaches with a worried expression, wanting to know details about her sudden disappearance. Sami fakes amnesia, claiming she drank too much and woke up lost in the middle of nowhere, remembering nothing. On the inside, the MC is suspicious of her intentions and monitors that half-sister's steps. Suddenly, the sister holds her hands, crying in relief to see her safe and sound after all the anguish. Staring at her closely, he realizes the young woman's concern seems to be genuine and true. Besides, he notices that the young woman has extremely sweet, delicate, and friendly features. Outside, the older brother watches the two's affectionate gestures through the glass door. The sister is startled by his silhouette and lets go of the youngest's hands quite abruptly. She warns Sami to be very careful with their older brother's cruel and dangerous ambitions. She begins to cry, feeling like a coward for not being able to stop his evil actions. Sami watches the sincere tears and resolves to treat her as her truly beloved sister. She strokes her sister's face, asking her not to cry and promising that nothing bad will happen. Her firm and mature way of speaking leaves the sister confused, wondering if Sami was always like this. Later in her room, Sami calls Jay and confirms that she has already mapped out the whole family situation. She is shocked to hear they sent a mercenary after Jay, but she knows he handled it easily. They conclude that the mastermind of the attack on Sami was the same one who sent the assassin for Jay. He says the criminal used a middleman but states he already suspects his true identity. The hero says he needs to neutralize this mastermind first before starting any other plan. He insists they go back to the subject of the business they plan to open to defeat the Union. She is intrigued to know that he intends to start a company from scratch without having any resources. While drinking his soda, the young man leaves the responsibility of coming up with the strategy to her. She laughs, calling him hopeless, and reveals that there is a very fast way to become the boss. Her plan consists of simply buying and taking control of an already existing company. The young man is surprised and quite interested in that bold idea suggested by his partner. Night falls quietly, and the plan begins to take shape in the minds of the two partners in crime. While brushing his teeth, he regrets not having asked the intruder about his faction. Suddenly, loud knocking noises at the main door interrupt his hygiene routine. The knocks on the blue front door get increasingly violent and urgent from the outside. Jin walks over, intrigued, thinking the wounded assassin decided to break the agreement and return. Hearing a trembling voice begging to open the door, he recognizes the tone instantly from a distance. Opening the door, the MC sees that the debt collectors are back with bandages. They tremble in terror, trying to look tough as they say they only came to collect what was agreed. Suddenly, an elegant blonde man appears, pushing the injured henchman aside. The MC stares at him without showing any kind of concern about the new presence there. The blonde man in the white suit snaps his fingers, introducing himself as the supreme head of the Lone Sharks. At that moment, Jin smiles inside, realizing he has found the perfect business to buy. Outside, the valuable dented luxury white car remains parked in the same place. The supreme boss takes a deep drag of his vape while listening to the justification. He complains that they brought a piece of junk broken car instead of recovering the large sum paid. The henchmen apologize desperately while the boss rants about the firm's goals. The boss gets even angrier remembering that the trial got beaten badly by a simple delivery guy. Furious, he delivers a violent kick to the henchman, who screams in pain, falling straight onto the asphalt. The subordinate tries to defend himself, claiming the debtor seems to be from the Army Special Forces. Tired of excuses, the president of the loan sharking company decides to resolve things personally. He wants to check out the skills of this cocky debtor who defeated his men up close. In the apartment living room, the blonde leader coldly questions if Jin was the one who beat his men. He evaluates the young man's physique, dismissing his strength, and orders him to come along at once. The boss states that he has very aggressive methods of dealing with bad debtors like him. The henchmen are apprehensive, waiting for the violent reaction the young man would surely have. To everyone's general surprise, Jin accepts the invitation and agrees to go with them without a fight. The blonde man starts laughing, thinking the young man chickened out upon seeing his imposing white suit. He boasts, thinking Jin realized he was dealing with someone on another level. Sometime later, the tax collectors appear smoking at the entrance of an isolated warehouse. The two subordinates comment, intrigued, not understanding the extreme ease with which the youth agreed to come. Inside, Jin Jae-hyun is tied firmly to a chair in the middle of that dark warehouse. He starts looking around and analyzing the internal structure of the place with total calmness. Jae-hyun asks if it isn't hard to heat or cool a warehouse as big as that one. Then he shows curiosity about the amount charged for the rent of the space. Jin Jae-hyun appears tied to a chair while the loan shark leader approaches him from behind. Tae looks at the prisoner with disdain while Jae-hyun mentally plans to take over the company. Smiling, Tae explains that loan sharks like to extend debts to profit as much as possible from interest. However, the boss decides that with bad debtors, it's better just to recover the principal money as soon as possible. He demands immediate payment, and Jae-hyun questions how he'll pay everything if he didn't even have money for the interest. Tae suggests that he call everyone he knows begging for help like in a desperate scam. Jae-hyun is surprised when the loan shark guesses exactly his question about the uselessness of that action. The villain states that the young man's tone of voice needs to sound totally desperate to convince people. With that, the armed henchmen prepare to beat Jae-hyun under their boss's sadistic orders. The MC begins to be violently assaulted by the employees and lets out a cry of pain from the blows. Tae just watches the beating coldly while using his vape. Totally bruised Jae-hyun pretends to give in to the torture and begs them to stop the assaults immediately. Satisfied, the boss orders them to untie the prisoner and give him his phone to make the calls. The men release the ropes, and one of the henchmen hands the phone directly to the young man. Holding the phone, Jae-hyun reveals a dark and focused look reflected on the device's dark screen. Suddenly, the young man breaks free and lands an extremely powerful punch to the face of one of the attackers. He continues the attack, using the phone itself to strike the suited opponent, who screams in pain. The henchman is thrown to the ground, while the other employee watches, everything in absolute panic. With great agility, Jae-hyun advances quickly toward the next henchman in front of him. The second attacker is hit pitilessly by a devastating attack from the MC. The defeated man screams in pain because of his injured eyes while Jae-hyun remains on guard. The entire metal structure of the warehouse ceiling vibrates due to the brutality of the physical confrontation on the ground. Jae-hyun walks slowly toward the lone shark boss, leaving the bodies of the enemies behind. Desperate, Tae shouts toward the exit, demanding to know why the other men aren't coming in to help. Outside, the cowardly guards cover their ears, pretending they are not hearing the chaos inside. Realizing he's been abandoned, the leader clenches his fists and curses his employees as he takes a combat stance. Tae launches a quick and acrobatic attack in an attempt to strike Jae-hyun by surprise. Jae-hyun's eyes widen as he sees the opponent's fist coming directly toward his face. The MC dodges with agility and realizes the lone shark leader is quite fast in his movements. With focused eyes, the young man closely follows the trajectory of his opponent's swift strike. A collision of heavy blows occurs between the two fighters, generating a strong shockwave in the room. Defending the impact, Hein mentally acknowledges that the lone shark is strong and actually knows how to fight very well. Breaking into a cold sweat, Tae is perplexed to see that the youth managed to dodge and block all his attacks. He moves quickly, trying to convince himself that Hein has no real survival experience. The lone shark tries a high kick, but the young man dodges by lowering his body with enormous agility. Hein takes advantage of the gap and lands an extremely strong direct punch to his opponent's jaw. Without giving time for a reaction, the MC follows up with another blow to the opponent's head, making him bleed. Tae tries to protect himself with his bruised face while realizing he is about to take another painful blow. The MC's powerful kick hits the lone shark leader with enormous force and throws him far away. Tae falls completely defeated on the warehouse floor while Ion coldly approaches him. He begins to deliver several pitiless punches to the face of the man, who is down and bleeding on the ground. The heavy beating continues with Hyen's relentless strikes, splashing drops of blood around the place. In the face of the lone shark's plea to stop, the MC states coldly that his voice still doesn't sound desperate. The villain's eyes widen as he feels a genuine and deep fear at the young man's coldness. Desperate, Tae raises his hands, begging to resolve everything peacefully through dialogue. Hyen gives a sideways smile and sarcastically agrees to start a business negotiation with him. Moments later, Tae appears all bruised in the chair while Hyen warns that he is taking over the company. The wounded lone shark realizes with dismay that he was beaten up just to suffer a hostile takeover of his agency. Tae thinks taking over leadership by defeating the leader is old-fashioned, but Hyen says that's how the underworld works. Sitting on the sofa, Tae asks the young man if he really knows anything about the region's underworld. The lone shark explains that Seoul's underworld is divided and dominated by the large Seogwang and Dongsan organizations. He adds that Platinum Finance operates in Seogwang territory and needs to pay tribute to them. While pouring a glass of water, Hyen compares the local factions to the Union Assassin Syndicate. Tae warns that messing with the business in that territory will result in the MC being gone soon. Hyen drinks the water calmly and replies that he will just need to devour the Seogwang organization too. Startled by the young man's audacity, the lone shark stands up, repeating that those two factions control everything. He says Seoul is huge and the factions are strong, but the MC replies that he has understood everything now. Hyen crushes the disposable cup and states that first he will take out Seogwang and then Dongsan. He declares that in this way he will dominate the entire underworld, leaving Tae terrified by such determination. The lone shark looks at the young man's serene face and mentally concludes that he is a truly dangerous lunatic. Suddenly, a voice shouts, warning that the Seogwang faction collector is arriving at the location right then. Kim reacts with surprise at the warning and looks apprehensively toward the warehouse office entrance. Manager Kim from Seogwang enters the warehouse carrying a leather suitcase and greets the lone shark in a friendly tone. Tae whispers for Hyen to stay quiet and proposes finishing the conversation after the man leaves. The young former assassin remains in absolute silence, observing the movement with a calm and analytical gaze. Tae straightens his wrinkled jacket and welcomes Manager Kim, who finds the excessively warm reception strange. Kim notices the injuries on Tae's face and asks suspiciously if some problem occurred there. The visitor warns that he doesn't care what happened as long as he receives the collection money that day. At that moment, Hyen interrupts the conversation, declaring that they aren't taking any money today. The manager questions who the young man is, and Hyun firmly replies that from now on, that company is his. The MC adds that Sagwong will no longer make any kind of collections at that establishment. T panics and curses Hyun for not remaining silent as he had ordered before. Kim drops the suitcase on the floor and asks angrily who the intruder is, discovering he was just an agency debtor. The manager is confused by the young man's nerve, and Tae tries to explain the bizarre situation while feeling lost. Annoyed by the stalling, Kim delivers a strong kick to Tae's chest, demanding a clear explanation. He grabs the loan shark by the collar, asking what he is hiding with all that embarrassing mystery. As Hyun approaches, Kim suspects if the intruder is actually an envoy from the rival Dongsan faction. Tae promises to explain everything quickly, while the manager pressures him, demanding immediate answers. Suddenly, Hyun interrupts the conversation and lands a swift blow on the manager of the Siagwong organization. The young man continues striking the opponent on the ground, stating that a mere employee should not act with such hubris. Tae watches the assault and feels satisfied seeing the arrogant collector being overpowered so easily. Fallen and bleeding, Kim asks if he is from Dongsan and warns him about the consequences of invading that territory. With a cold look, the MC responds directly that he has no connection to the Dongsan faction. Hyun declares that this territory now belongs to him and orders the collector to notify his superiors. Tae watches it all horrified, mentally questioning the extreme audacity of the young man's actions. The loan shark is incredulous to realize that Hyun is simply letting the Siagwong man leave alive. Wiping blood from his mouth, the defeated manager accepts the temporary defeat and prepares to withdraw from there. Kim flees in a hurry, swearing to deliver the warning and leaving Tae apprehensive about the consequences of that escape. The agency owner despairs, noticing that the faction will believe he conspired along with the MC. Tae says he needs to go after the manager to explain the change in situation, but Hyun finds it unnecessary. Even so, the loan shark and his employees run toward the exit to try and catch up with the collector's vehicle. Hyun watches their hurried exit with an expression of slight confusion on his face. Outside, Tae runs toward the car where manager Kim is already getting in to leave. With his face badly bruised, Kim shouts from the vehicle window that secret alliance between them is over. Tae begs for a moment to clarify the misunderstanding, and the collector agrees to hear what he has to say. The loan shark explains in detail that the intruder was a common debtor who rebelled and beat up all his henchmen. He adds that he was caught by surprise, and that the young man now wants to take control of Platinum Finance. Kim questions if it makes sense for a single man to have defeated everyone, but Tae reminds him he felt it firsthand. Before departing, Kim promises to bring all the men from the branch to finish the young man, and Tae says he will trust him. The collector's car accelerates quickly into the dark of the night, leaving the Platinum Finance warehouse behind. An employee asks if they should prepare, but Tae orders everyone to stay back and not get involved. The loan shark makes a wicked expression and thinks the intruder will be finished as soon as the Siagwong men arrive. Inside the office, Hyun calmly asks Tae if he managed to explain everything adequately. Tae pretends to be calm, saying he cleared everything up, and Hyun stands up to leave the establishment. To gain time, the loan shark tries to hold the MC back, proposing they talk a bit more right there, sweating from nerves. The boss thinks he needs to talk about any subject until the reinforcements arrive to save him. He brings up the subject, recalling the young man's plan to defeat the two factions to dominate Seoul's entire underworld. Tae questions if he seeks money or power, and Hyun replies that he needs both to reach his goal. The MC reveals that his real goal is to create a large corporation capable of annihilating the union organization. He adds that taking that agency is the fastest way to become the boss, according to advice from a colleague. Suddenly, a loud sound of squealing tires outside indicates that cars have just parked in a hurry. Sounds of fast and heavy footsteps marching toward the office entrance echo intimidatingly through the warehouse. Manager Kim returns triumphant, leading a massive number of henchmen armed with metal bats. The office's double metal doors begin to vibrate violently as the horde positions itself outside. Kim kicks the doors open and loudly orders the MC to come out and face them once and for all. Inside the office, Jae-han and Jum-tae watch the gang's arrival sitting directly on the reception sofa. Jum-tae flashes a wicked and victorious smile, thinking the young man is finally doomed before that horde. Jae-han questions if his message wasn't clear, and the collector replies that this armed invasion is their answer. Furious, one of the frontline henchmen shouts enraged, ordering everyone to attack and kill the MC. The entire horde of henchmen wielding metal bats runs violently toward Jae-han in the room. Facing the onslaught of the armed group, the MC maintains a calm and focused look, preparing for combat. An outside view shows the silent warehouses under the darkness of the night, while the confrontation happens inside. On the establishment's office ceiling, the lights flicker and sway slightly due to the intensity of the impacts. A metal bat used in the battle appears, lying on the floor, with drops of fresh blood slowly dripping from it. Jae-han appears standing, holding the bat and surrounded by dozens of defeated and bloodied Seogwon henchmen. Completely shocked by the scene, T breaks into a cold sweat and mentally wonders how the youth can be so strong. The MC walks calmly over the bodies, lying on the floor toward manager Kim to finalize the matter. He taps the bat near Kim's face on the floor and repeats that the company is now his, and he won't pay the faction anything else. Jae-han looks down at the bruised opponent and coldly asks if he has managed to understand the situation for good. Trembling in terror, Manager Kim hurriedly agrees and stutters, stating that he understood the young man's orders. One of the defeated henchmen opens his eyes and watches startled as his own leader retreats before the MC. Another gang member watching from afar notices, with extreme apprehension, the gravity of the group's defeat. Suddenly, a heroic henchman gets up behind the young man's back and runs wielding a bat to attack him by surprise. Jum-tae hears the sudden noise and immediately realizes something is happening behind the former assassin's back. With quick reflexes, Jae-han blocks the blow from behind without even needing to look directly at the attacker. The attacker trembles in terror, seeing his attack thwarted, and is impressed by the young man's reaction speed. Jae-han executes a swift and precise move, disarming the opponent with extreme ease in the middle of the office. The young man faces the defeated attacker, who begs for mercy, while he holds the metal bat firmly. He shoves the metal bat directly into the attacker's mouth, who cries and begs desperately for his own life. Tired of all that, Jae-han orders the manager to collect his henchmen and get out of that establishment immediately. The wounded horde beats a hasty retreat, and Jae-han also decides to go home, claiming he is tired. He even saves his own number in Jum-tae's phone, ordering the loan shark to immediately report any trouble. Jum-tae holds the phone perplexed and annoyed that Jae-han is acting as if he really were his new boss for real. Two agency subordinates enter the room, asking if manager Kim finally finished that crazy man. The boss replies seriously that exactly the opposite happened, leaving the two guards in extreme shock. They question if the young man will be their new boss, and Jum-tae challenges them to try and do something to stop him. The loan shark stands up, straightening his suit, and orders the men to take vacations or travel to their hometowns now. He concludes that Kim will report everything to Seogwon's superiors, and that he knows the fearsome boss behind the faction very well. Jum-tae fears that Seogwon's boss might decide to eliminate not just the MC, but all of them to erase the tracks. Feeling a lot of pain in his jaw, manager Kim complains about the blow delivered by the young man and suspects his jaw is dislocated. The manager tries to justify himself, saying he had to report what happened personally because the situation is too complex. The feared department head Bang Man stares at his employee and warns seriously that the matter had better be worth it. Trembling before his leader, manager Kim replies submissively that the information is very important The department head listens to the details attentively while dining peacefully in the luxurious restaurant. Kim reports that a debtor took control of the agency by force and defeated all the henchmen who tried to stop him. Man, G pours a glass of wine and proposes summarizing that whole story in a much simpler way for them. He deduces that the agency allied with a skilled warrior to rebel and attack Xiaodwang's official collectors. The boss states the agency's actual situation doesn't matter, as long as someone pays for them, being without the tribute. With a red glow in his eyes, Gi warns that someone needs to take total responsibility for that attack. He orders Tae to be captured immediately, while the hurried loan shark puts his bags in his car's trunk. The loan shark turns on the car radio to hear the DJ comment on how life sometimes feels too unfair and difficult. Driving the vehicle, Tae thoughtfully agrees with the venting message he just heard on the broadcast. The radio continues, saying many people advise just holding on because bad times always pass. Tae looks at the mirror thoughtfully, agreeing that the real problem is never knowing when the storm will pass. The broadcast asks what one needs to do in moments of despair, and the loan shark waits curiously for the DJ's answer. Suddenly, a strong light hits his rearview mirror, and a deafening collision sound interrupts his thoughts. A black utility vehicle intentionally hit the side of the loan shark's car to force a stop on the dark road. One of the henchmen calls to report they managed to capture Tae, who appears unconscious inside his car. Drops of fresh blood begin to drip steadily on the warehouse floor after the loan shark's violent capture. Tae appears tied up and bloodied, mentally lamenting that he didn't get to hear the end of the program. Gi appears before him drinking bubble tea and coldly warns that he has already made a decision and won't accept excuses. The loan shark recognizes the feared department head's astuteness for predicting his flight and capturing him so quickly. Jai stares him down coldly, stating that the one at fault for that mess needs to take total responsibility for what happened. He orders the loan shark to make Hyan show up at the warehouse immediately if he doesn't want to take the blame in his place. The boss warns sadistically that he doesn't care if he needs to beg or lie to convince the MC. A tense silence takes over the warehouse as Tae prepares to make the phone call under extreme pressure. Trembling, the loan shark calls Hyan, asking if he hadn't said to contact him if any trouble arose. Sitting on his bed, Hyan answers the call calmly and corrects the man, saying he had ordered him to report everything. Tae desperately begs the young man to come to the office, and the MC questions what the real emergency is. While trying to invent a lie, the loan shark is interrupted by Hyan asking if he is being held hostage. Tae is perplexed to realize that the young man discovered the ambush just by listening to the rhythm of his tense breathing. Hyan leaves his apartment and instructs the loan shark to only answer Wes if he really needs saving. With a serious look at his phone, the young former assassin promises that he will reach the site of the confrontation as soon as possible. The call is ended abruptly in a dry manner, and Tae is left staring at his mobile devices off-screen. G questions what happened, and the loan shark tremblingly warns that the MC promised to come to the warehouse immediately. Tae looks at the dead phone, disbelieving in the young man's promise to come rescue him from that situation. Outside his residential building, Jian focuses his gaze on his phone, mentally evaluating the loan shark's actions. He notes with displeasure that he can't catch any taxi on that street because of the isolation of the peripheral region. Near the gate, Manager Kim expresses his fear of seeing Hun again, but his men reassure him about Bang. The henchman praises Ji's combat skills, recalling his great contributions in the company's past. Kim explains that Ji's faction ended up being defeated in an internal political dispute within the large Xiaodwang. He adds that the boss acted according to his own beliefs by refusing to betray his former allies. One of the henchmen asks if the lesson learned was about male loyalty, but the manager disagrees with that thought. Kim states that he learned to abandon sinking boats quickly and that he should never follow Ji's line of leadership. Suddenly, a motor sound approaches, and when the henchman warns, startled, that someone is coming down the dark avenue. To everyone's surprise, Jae-hyun appears riding a glowing blue electric scooter with speed on the asphalt. The henchman asks what they should do, while Kim breaks into a cold sweat and starts taking a hidden weapon from his black clothes. Wielding a shining dagger in the darkness, the Seodwong manager promises that this time he won't be defeated easily. The electric scooter used by the protagonist appears parked outside the large industrial warehouse. Jae-hyun appears standing over the knocked-out bodies of the henchmen while holding the knife he took from one of them. He assesses the weapon in his hands and considers the possibility of keeping the sharpened object for use in battle. A metallic creaking sound effect indicates that the young man opened the sliding door of the agency's office. Jae-hyun calmly enters the room, immediately attracting the attention of Seogwong's feared department head. Mandy looks at him disdainfully, judging the boy to be weak, and directly asks the reason for his presence there. The protagonist replies without hesitation that he went to the location, only to save the employee of his new company. Jum-tae hears Jae-hyun's statement and is confused by the boy referring to him as his employee. Man-ji concludes that the lone shark was indeed conspiring with the boy, and Jum-tae desperately tries to deny it. Sweating nervously, the lone shark mentally curses the boy for acting as if he were his real boss. He's internally irritated by Jae-hyun's arrogance in assuming a leadership role in the face of the enemy. The young man walks ahead and calmly orders Jum-tae to get out of the way and stay in a safe corner. Intimidated by the imposing presence of his savior, the moneylender nervously agrees and staggers away. Backing away in panic, Jum-tae glances sideways at the Seodwong boss, who remains motionless and menacing. Man-ji straightens his posture, coldly stating that his conclusion about the lone shark's betrayal was correct. Jum-tae laments to himself, realizing that the boss's suspicion sealed his tragic fate with the faction. Jae-hyun begins an extremely fast movement across the warehouse floor, heading for a direct confrontation. He leaps nimbly, wielding the knife to deliver a downward blow against the department head. Man-ji's glasses reflect the light from the lamp, indicating that he accurately perceived the aerial attack. With a swift movement, the opponent dodges the blade at the last second as the boy hits the dry ground. Protagonist shows slight surprise in his gaze upon noticing his opponent's unusual reaction speed. He persists in the attack, delivering several quick blows with the knife that only graze his opponent's suit. A sequence of quick attacks and precise defenses takes place between the two fighters in the middle of the office. Jae-hyun steps back and stops moving, calmly watching the enemy adjust his glasses. The young man examines his opponent, who appears to have sustained damage, but suspects the real situation is quite different. He concludes that the blows only grazed and acknowledges that the opponent's reaction speed is excellent. Jae-hyun assesses Man-ji's flawless defense, comparing it to a sturdy shield that allows only minor scratches. With renewed determination, the protagonist twirls the knife in his right hand and prepares to change tactics. Jae-hyun advances with extreme speed in a straight line, planning to land a precise blow to the opponent's right spot. The image of the young man attacking is reflected in the lens of Man-ji's glasses, who reacts in surprise to the sudden attack. Jae-hyun executes a sliding movement, dodging the counterattack and quickly gliding past his opponent. The blade grazes Man-ji's forehead, causing an immediate cut and a large amount of blood to gush from the area. Jae-hyun lands firmly on the ground as a detailed explanation of the vascular anatomy of the forehead unfolds on the scene. The text explains that even superficial cuts on the forehead bleed a lot, a technique widely used in professional wrestling. With his face covered in blood obstructing his vision, Man-ji falters in his guard stance and recoils uncertainly. Jae-hyun takes advantage of his rival's moment of temporary blindness and quickly advances to deliver the coup de grace. Disoriented by the bleeding, the department head can barely perceive the protagonist's renewed approach. Jae-hyun lands an extremely powerful kick to his opponent's chest, violently throwing him backward across the room. The knife used in the fight flies high into the air and falls to the floor of the shed after the strong impact that disarmed the fighters. Jum-tae watches the knife fall very close to him and shows enormous surprise at the accelerated unfolding of the battle. Man, Ji wipes the blood from his forehead and removes his broken glasses, stating that the fight will now continue without toys. He loosens his tie with fury in his eyes and warns the protagonist that the real battle will begin at that moment. Jae-hyun assumes a cold, defensive stance and accepts the challenge to fight unarmed against the department head. Two opponents exchange intense body blows and quick dodges in a fierce martial arts contest. Man, Ji observes in his thoughts that the young man is able to defend himself and fight effectively, even without using bladed weapons. He admits that the boy is skilled, clenching his teeth and preparing to increase the force of his attacks. Delivering a devastating blow, Man, Gi warns that he will start fighting seriously while striking the protagonist's arm. Jae-hyun is violently pushed back by the monstrous impact of the punch delivered by his opponent. Although he managed to block the attack, Jae-hyun recognizes in his mind that Man, Ji's physical strength is absurd. Without giving the boy a break, the department head lunges forward, furiously throwing another clenched fist at him. Man, Ji unleashes a furious flurry of punches against Jae-hyun, who continues to firmly block every blow. Observing the fight closely, Tae is surprised to notice that he has never seen his superior act with such aggression. Jae-hyun continues to defend himself and analyzes that his opponent possesses incredible strength but is attacking recklessly. The protagonist wonders to himself if the opponent became so furious simply because he received that single blow earlier. Jae-hyun realizes that his rival has completely lost his composure and concludes that he is not as impressive as he seemed. Taking advantage of the opponent's imbalance and open guard, the protagonist prepares to counterattack with agility. Man, Ji's gaze is focused in a close-up shot, with the lenses of his glasses dramatically reflecting the boy's actions. With a swift movement, Jae dodges a punch and forcefully thrusts his fist directly into Man, Ji's stomach. The department head writhes in pain from the severe impact to his abdomen, while the protagonist stares coldly at him. Jae-hyun finishes the sequence of attacks with a devastating punch to his opponent's face, violently throwing him to the ground. Drops of the opponent's blood fly through the air after the severe impact that ends the protagonist's sequence of blows. The feared man, Ji, falls defeated and stretched out on his back on the warehouse floor, completely knocked out by Jae-hyun's strength. Tae wipes the sweat from his brow as he reflects in shock on the protagonist's extraordinary combat ability. He finds it hard to believe that Jae-hyun orchestrated that whole scenario just to make his opponent lower his guard and be defeated. Suddenly, Jae struggles to stand up and focuses his gaze on Tae with a menacing and frightening expression. The Seogwon boss staggers toward the lone shark, demanding that he also be held accountable for that betrayal. He orders Tae to put away his trembling knife and remain in retreat, as his attempts at a defense are completely futile. Cornered against the wall, the lone shark grinds his teeth in pure frustration and terror as he clutches the knife in trembling hands. The lone shark's eyes widen as he notices a quick, unexpected movement happening right in front of him. The silhouette of Tae, huddled up, is reflected in Man, Ji's glasses, who reacts with surprise at the sudden appearance of danger. With an acrobatic leap, Jae-hyun surges down from above, delivering a violent flying kick directly to Man, Ji's face. The brutal impact of the kick knocks the department head down once again, throwing him against the office floor. Jae-hyun lands calmly and extends his open hand towards the trembling lone shark to retrieve his combat knife. Tae returns the sharp object while the protagonist grimly states that his fun is not over yet. The young man calmly walks with the knife in his hand towards his fallen opponent, who watches everything in terror and dread. In a quick action detail, Jae-hyun skillfully spins the dagger's handle between his fingers, demonstrating complete dexterity. The protagonist executes a swift and precise attack with the dagger, delivering a decisive blow to the department head. Manga lets out a desperate scream of pure agony as he feels the blade cut his body in an extremely painful way. Jae-hyun warns that he avoided vital organs to save his life and suggests that he seek medical attention quickly to avoid bleeding. The young ex-assassin wipes the blood from the blade with a quick flick of his arm before safely putting the object away. He turns around and coldly advises the wounded leader not to do anything foolish in the future by trying to pursue them again. Lying in his own blood, G angrily warns that even if he doesn't go after them, the organization will hunt him down to the end. Jim watches the boy walk away and wonders what he should do now in the face of this desperate situation. The silent exterior of the agency's hangar is displayed once more under the calm of the starry night after the violent battle. Walking out of the place, Hyun invites the lone shark to get something to eat, and Tae follows him, confused. The boy simply explains that he needs to eat something because he will now have to drive the vehicle to leave. To the lone shark's surprise, they both get on the small, luminous electric scooter and continue their journey down the lane of the avenue. Clinging dejectedly to Hyun's back, Tae mentally wonders what kind of food they're going to eat. The scooter takes them to the illuminated facade of a 24-hour McDonald's restaurant in the middle of the city. Seated at the table, Hyun begins to devour his sandwich while the lone shark stares at him incredulously. The lone shark asks, confused, if the boy is just going to eat, and Hyun confirms naturally while chewing his meal. Tae warns him that Seogwang won't let it go easily and questions the boy's plan to stop the revenge. Hyun calmly replies that he will defeat everyone and make their company the biggest faction in the entire country's underworld. The lone shark watches him incredulously, mentally wondering if the young man is serious or just reading self-help books. Flashbacks of Hyun's previous violent confrontations show the boy's strength and precision in subduing his enemies. The lone shark's recollection highlights the moment when Hyun delivered a heavy punch to the face of a fallen opponent. Another memory shows the victorious boy standing and holding the baton above dozens of defeated henchmen on the ground. Tae recognizes in his thoughts that, after witnessing all those battles, he knows that the protagonist is indeed very strong. He argues that having individual strength and building a mafia empire are completely different things that require a lot of management. Hyun takes a drink and warns the lone shark not to return home now for safety reasons, suggesting he stay in a hotel instead. Hyun thinks it's a waste to spend money on a hotel and tells Tae to stay at his house, leaving the lone shark confused. Later, night falls silently over the building where the protagonist's apartment is located. Tae finishes drying off after his bath and wonders what the hell he's doing in that place. He watches Hyun fiddling with his phone and silently laments getting involved with such a strange guy. The protagonist warns that someone is about to arrive, and the lone shark curiously asks who it could be. Hyun explains that she is his business partner, making Tae wonder if there is another crazy person like him. Meanwhile, the train crosses the bridge over the river under the dark night sky in the city. The subway car is completely full of passengers returning home. In the middle of the crowd, Hyun's neighbor travels peacefully while listening to music on her headphones. Walking down the deserted street, the young woman thinks to herself that she would really like to quit her job. She enters the residential building and calmly presses the button to call the elevator. Suddenly, Somi appears wearing high heels and positions herself right next to the young woman to wait for the elevator. The neighbor discreetly observes the newcomer out of the corner of her eye with considerable curiosity. She is impressed and wonders if such a beautiful woman has always lived in that same building. The button for the third floor is pressed, and the young woman finds it strange that they are going to the same floor. The doors open and she confirms with surprise that the beautiful woman is indeed going to get off on her floor. The elevator's digital panel indicates that they have finally arrived at the third floor. Sami walks to the apartment door and knocks lightly, asking for it to be opened while the neighbor watches. The neighbor is shocked to realize that the beautiful stranger was going to that particular house. The surprise isn't just hers, as Hyun answers the door and asks what Sami brought in her bag full of beers. Sami enters excitedly, commenting that she loves the country's convenience stores because they have so many beer options. Tae blushes completely upon seeing the girl and thinks, impressed by how beautiful his partner is. The young woman holds up a can with a friendly smile on her face, demonstrating great self-confidence. She opens the can of beer and suggests that everyone start drinking some while they talk about business. The protagonist ironically states that she praised the variety but bought the same brand of beer she drank in the United States. Sami introduces herself amicably to Jum Tae and offers him a drink, which he responds to shyly, given her informal demeanor. The loan shark takes a sip, intrigued as to whether she is a foreigner, and wonders if the two of them have a romantic relationship. Hyan almost chokes on the question, and Sami laughs at the idea of being his girlfriend. She hugs him, laughing loudly, while the protagonist tells her to let go if she doesn't want to die again. The boy pushes her face away with his hand and clarifies that they are just work colleagues who decided to team up. Sami places her can on the table and asks directly why Jum Tae was brought there. Ian explains that the loan shark was kidnapped and his company was raided, making it dangerous for him to return there. He says they need a new office, but is worried about the money. But Somi assures him that her new father is very rich. Tae listens to that, confused, and finds it quite strange how she talks about her new rich father adoring her. Hyan is pleased and tells his partner to find the place, while the loan shark notices how relaxed the two are. A short time later, the empty cans on the table indicate that it's time to clean up the mess and go to sleep. The protagonist spreads out the blankets and tells the loan shark to sleep in the bed, since he is the guest of the house. He tells Somi to leave because it's late, but she complains about being lazy while Jum Tae reflects on the boy's kindness. The loan shark lies down, still confused, unable to decipher what is really going through the protagonist's head. To everyone's surprise, Sami lies down on the bed next to Jum Tae, deciding that she will sleep there as well. She complains that she slept on the floor last time, and Hyun just turns off the lights, ignoring the argument. The room is completely dark as the three of them share the space, trying to rest after a busy day. Jum Tae continues lying with his eyes open, feeling the young woman's presence right beside him in bed. He spies on Somi sleeping soundly and becomes extremely nervous about the sudden proximity. The loan shark notices that she is almost glued to his body and concludes that it will be impossible to sleep like this. He remains motionless in bed while silence takes over the entire apartment during the early morning hours. Frustrated by his inability to sleep, Jum Tae decides to quietly get up. He goes to the dimly lit kitchen and takes a long gulp of water to try and calm down. Looking at the floor, the loan shark realizes that the protagonist is sleeping soundly, like a rock. A dark thought crosses his mind as he considers whether cutting Hyan's throat now would save him from Seogwon. Tame gets up in the darkness of the room, starts rummaging through the clothes, hanging on the wall in search of something. He stealthily draws his combat knife, thinking that he cannot let himself be carried away by his partner's madness and die needlessly. With a sharp blade in his hand, the lone shark stares at the protagonist, who continues to sleep soundly on the mattress on the floor. At this moment, Jum Tae remembers when he was injured and desperately calling for help before being rescued. He clearly remembers Hyan's words when he stormed the place, stating that he had gone there to rescue his employee. The lone shark sweats profusely at the memory and angrily wonders why this kind of thought just now came to his mind. Giving up on the betrayal, Jum Tae decides to forget the idea of attacking his ally and throws the knife back in the trash. He decides to go back to bed with Somi, thinking only of cooperating for now and escaping as soon as he has a good opportunity. The blond man closes his eyes resignedly, deciding that he will worry about the consequences of his actions when the time comes. Silence finally fills the apartment as the three sleep in their respective places for the remainder of the early morning. Sami continues to snore heavily and quietly, completely oblivious to everything that happened in the room. However, lying on the floor, Hyun opens his eyes in the dark and stares thoughtfully and silently at the ceiling. After reflecting in silence for a few moments, the protagonist closes his eyes again to rest. Elsewhere in the city, the illuminated facade of a large university hospital stands out against the dark night. In the hospital ward, Sagwang's boss, Bang Man Guy, rests on the hospital bed, completely bandaged. The mafia leader remains in absolute silence with a serious expression while recovering from his combat injuries. Office manager Choi Chil Hyun arrives at the location, analyzing a tablet, and reports that Platinum Finance's revenue is not impressive. Man Ji questions what this matters and asks if the emergency report was delivered to the top, and the young man confirms that it was. Chil Hyun insists that, after a detailed analysis, Jum Tae's agency's financial contribution to Siagwang is insignificant. The young man in the suit coldly concludes that the company's best decision is simply to let the matter drop, shocking the wounded leader. He explains that hunting Hyun would require many men, and the financial return would be too low, causing real harm to the organization. Man Ji gets annoyed when he hears that they should ignore rebels, and Chil Hyun retorts that Siagwang is a profit-focused corporation. The wounded leader shouts furiously, questioning how the organization can stand idly by after its own employees are attacked. Faced with the veteran's loss of control, the young bureaucrat lets out a sigh of disdain, demonstrating utter impatience. He comments that the idea of the entire faction taking revenge when a member is defeated, without caring about the losses, is outdated. Chil Hyun stares directly at the veteran and questions whether this kind of gang-like behavior isn't too outdated. Man Ji is shocked and speechless when he realizes the boy's disdain for the mafia's old philosophy of loyalty. The young man coldly informs them the company's final decision has been made and that the matter will be definitively closed there. Man Ji deduces that this order came from director Joe solely to weaken his internal faction in the power struggle. He recalls that it was Joe who brought this accountant boy who knows nothing about the underworld and only understands how to use calculators. The veteran laments that the company is full of bureaucrats and wonders if he himself has become someone who no longer fits in there. He recalls the young man's acerbic words about being old-fashioned and begins to consider that perhaps he really is the one who is outdated. Suddenly, the mobster recalls the scene of Hyun fearlessly storming into the warehouse just to rescue his subordinate. Man Ji gives a slight smile and mentally admits that it had been a long time since he had seen someone act so traditionally. The next day, sunlight streams into the room through the window as Jum Tae begins to wake up drowsily. The lone shark sits up in bed scratching his head and realizes with surprise that it is already dawn after that turbulent night. Hyun emerges, standing near the bed, holding the blanket, and comments ironically that they slept very well together. Suddenly, Somi stirs, grumbling in her sleep, and grips Jum Tae's arm tightly in bed. The blonde man is startled when he opens his eyes and sees the beautiful young woman's face pressed very close to his. Jum Tae lets out a desperate scream of fright and throws himself back on the bed to get away from the girl quickly. Waking up to the commotion, Sami rubs her eyes in annoyance and complains about all the noise so early in the morning. The protagonist folds the blankets and suggests that, since everyone is awake, they go out together to have breakfast. Jum Tae accepts, somewhat tense, and wonders, confused, what kind of breakfast people like them usually eat. Later, the trio heads to the 24-hour McDonald's restaurant, which is already open for the day. Sitting at the table, Ion and Salmi devour their hamburgers quickly, making the lone shark wonder if they are American. Suddenly, Somi's cell phone starts ringing loudly on the table with a call from a contact saved as Driver Kim. She answers the call, discovering that the president has sent someone to look for her and says she will send her location so they can come and pick her up. Hyun asks who it is, and she explains that it's her personal driver, leaving her partner quite surprised. Jum Tae takes a sip of his drink, shocked to realize that she has the kind of private driver who only caters to influential people. Sami reveals that her rich father was worried because she disappeared all night, and Hyun agrees that it makes sense for him to come and get her. Jum Tae eats his meal thoughtfully, believing that Salmi is merely pretending to be the youngest daughter of a wealthy and influential family. The lone shark acknowledges that the girl is very beautiful, but mentally concludes that her mental health must be completely unbalanced. Suddenly, Salmi looks out the diner window and announces that the driver has arrived, leaving the blonde man curious to know where he is. Tae looks outside and is shocked to see an imposing, extremely luxurious black car parked right on the sidewalk. The young woman says goodbye, mentioning that she will go to the office and get in touch soon, and Ian asks her to do just that. Sami waves excitedly, wishing the two of them enjoy their time alone, and the lone shark bids her farewell, still speechless and somewhat awkward. Tae watches in disbelief as the driver in the suit opens the back door of the luxury vehicle for the young woman to calmly enter. Sitting at the table with the protagonist, the blonde man wonders if she really is the harassed daughter of a powerful conglomerate of companies. At that moment, Tae's cell phone starts vibrating on the meal tray, and he reacts with surprise to the unexpected call. The lone shark finds the unknown number on the screen strange, but answers the call asking who is speaking on the other end of the line. On the call, department head Bang Man, identifies himself while putting on his shirt, even though he is all bandaged up in his hospital room. Panics when he recognizes the voice of his former superior, who asks directly if he is with Hyun. The blonde swallows hard and confirms that he is with the boy, then questions why Ji is asking that. Seogwang's boss authoritatively states that he will come to meet them so they can talk in person right then and there. Meanwhile, that the luxury vehicle transporting Sumi speeds through traffic on the city's busy avenues. Inside the car, the driver respectfully asks if the young woman wishes to return to her residence immediately. She replies no and explains that the president went to the company office and demanded that she appear there in person. While watching the scenery go by outside the window, Sami curiously wonders how big her father's corporate office must be. The car finally stops in front of a gigantic, modern commercial skyscraper that houses the headquarters of the entire conglomerate. Sami looks out the car window in amazement and wonders in surprise if that huge building is really their workplace. The black luxury car parks smoothly right at the main entrance of the imposing business tower under the clear day sky. As she descends, an executive greets her with a bow, and Somi asks who he is, hearing that he works for Henjuk, her older brother. The young woman immediately remembers her brother and thinks to herself about how he was always an extremely unpleasant person. The man kindly offers to accompany her to the president's office, but Somi is suspicious and questions why he should do that. The employee smiles amicably, explaining that his brother asked him to take good care of her, fearing that she might not be familiar with the facilities. The girl notices the ulterior motives behind the kindness and concludes that her brother sent a spy simply because he was bothered by her visit. With no patience for mind games, Sami tells the guy to leave, and the employee reacts in complete shock at being dismissed outright. She states that she already has a guide and asks her driver if he knows where the president's office is, and he confirms with a bow. The executive gets annoyed and rudely reprimands the driver for interfering, ordering him to be more sensible in his behavior. Sami interrupts the scolding in a serious manner, calling the meddling employee over, who reacts startled and asks what he did wrong. With her eyes shining brightly blue, the girl authoritatively asks who he thinks he is to speak to her driver like that. She warns that disrespecting her employee is the same as offending her, causing the man to bow down, sweating profusely, and apologize. The young woman warns that they know how to find their way on their own and curtly orders the executive to leave immediately. The man is sweating profusely from sheer nervousness, but insists in his thoughts that he should continue to keep a close eye on the harass's movements. Sami confronts him, asking if his brother ordered him to spy on his conversation with his father, leaving the employee desperate to deny everything. She ironically says that she plans to ask her father for a position at the company and prove that she can be a much better professional than her brother. The young woman walks past the bewildered executive, telling him to warn his brother to stop acting childishly, and says she's on her way to see the president. The man remains motionless, sweating profusely on the sidewalk of the building, completely intimidated by the strong posture the young woman displayed. Somi enters the luxurious lobby of the building with determination, closely followed by her private driver in a suit. The employees watch the young woman pass by in shock, whispering about her beauty and commenting in surprise about the visit of the president's youngest daughter. Next, the high-speed elevator ascends rapidly towards the higher floors of the modern commercial tower. Inside the cabin, the driver observes the young woman fondly and comments respectfully that she has changed a lot lately. Somi gives a half-smile and thinks that this is very natural, since she is now a completely different person than before. In the executive board's office, and Sik is startled on the phone as he hears the account of his sister's audacious statements. The trusted employee confirms the story, reporting that it did indeed seem as if the young woman had transformed into another person. Sik adjusts his glasses thoughtfully, agreeing that his sister has been acting completely out of control since that fateful day. He wonders if she found out that he tried to kill her in the past, but decides not to hesitate and plans to put a definitive end to her this time. The advisor asks if he found a new henchman and explains that he sought out a large criminal organization after the last assassin failed. The employee reports that he has made contact with one of the biggest underworld groups, and the boss asks, interested, how he managed to get that connection. He explains that a construction company from the faction participated in one of their bids and suggests securing their victory in the project by eliminating Somi. Sek approves of his advisor's strategy and coldly orders him to proceed with the plan to eliminate Somi. The CEO asks what the name of the large criminal organization that was contacted is, and his employee replies that it is Seogwang. Sit gazes thoughtfully out the window, repeating the faction's name in a pensive tone, plotting his next moves in the dispute. At the diner, Jae-hein repeats his ally's words in surprise upon hearing that the feared leader Bang Man, Gi, wants to meet with them immediately. Tae adjusts his jacket, startled, and the protagonist explains that he doesn't know the reason for the sudden contact, but decided to wait and see. The ex-assassin considers it safer to make the appointment at the public restaurant itself, and the lone shark agrees that going to rival territory would be a trap. Jae-hein focuses his serious and analytical gaze on the situation while mentally outlining the possible risks of this encounter. The boy considers that, even if the rival brings henchmen for the attack, it would be impossible to start a violent fight in a place full of civilians. The protagonist drinks his coffee and decides to send the mobster over, leaving Tae shocked and questioning if he's really serious. Jae-hein claims to be curious about the matter and ironically says that, since his rival's knife wound hasn't even healed, there's nothing to fear. The lone shark desperately thinks he's the only one terrified by his enraged rival, while Jae-hein finally sends Jai the address. Moments later, a huge wrapped hamburger is served on a tray in the diner, waiting for the unexpected guest. Ji finally arrives at the location, all bandaged up and in a suit, sitting face-to-face with the pair at the establishment's table. Seogwang's boss stares at the two young men with an extremely focused and serious look through his black glasses. Tae watches the scene, sweating with pure nervousness, trying to understand in his mind what kind of bizarre situation he has gotten himself into. Jae-hein holds the gaze calmly and coldly, patiently waiting to see what stance the newly arrived opponent will take. The protagonist offers the fortified snack to his rival to aid his recovery, while the lone shark wonders if Jae-hein is being kind or ironic. Ji picks up the sandwich with his bandaged hands and acknowledges that the burger does indeed look quite heavy and substantial. He opens his mouth hungrily and takes a gigantic bite of the sandwich, completely ignoring the tense atmosphere at the table. The lone shark notices his rival's voracious appetite, wondering in surprise how the feared mobster manages to eat so cleanly and efficiently. Shortly after, only the neatly folded wrapping paper on the tray indicates that the leader has finished his entire quick meal. Wiping his mouth with his handkerchief, the monster praises the snack, saying that the amount of meat is excellent and that he likes it when there isn't too much sauce. Hyun asks what motivated his visit, and Ji surprises him by revealing that he went there just to hear about the boy's future plans. Seogwong's boss directly questions what the protagonist plans to do from now on and whether he really wants to confront the faction. Hyun confesses that he has repeated this many times, but decides to reveal his objective once and for all to his attentive rival. Tae speaks up and reveals that the boy's goal is to crush Seogwong and Dongsan in order to create the largest underworld empire in the country. Hearing the lone shark's grand and audacious declaration, Guy lets out a slight, ironic smile at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, the feared mobster lets out a loud, booming laugh inside the restaurant, thoroughly amused by the young people's audacity. He admits that the idea seems completely absurd but confesses that Hyun's violent actions now make much more sense. With a serious expression again, Manga asks if the protagonist happens to need new employees for his new company. Hyun casually replies that the more people the better for the future, leaving Tae astonished by the direction the conversation is taking. To the complete astonishment of the lone shark in the suit, the former rival states with conviction that he also wishes to join their new corporation. The protagonist asks about Seogwong, and Ji replies that nowadays people change nationalities, so changing companies is normal. Hyun says the faction will hunt them down no matter what and points out that the mobster trusted the old corporation too much to switch sides like that. The mobster comments in surprise that the young man truly remembers the words of others and confesses that he didn't imagine he would be such a thoughtful person. Ji smiles bitterly, confirming that he trusted them, but reveals that the response from his faction's leadership was a great disappointment. He says that the leadership downplayed Platinum and ignored the attack, leaving Tae completely shocked by the behind-the-scenes revelation. The leader explains that the corporation considered it wasteful to spend resources hunting down Hyun, deciding instead to simply ignore all their rebellion. The lone shark celebrates in his thoughts, noticing that Seogwong will no longer hunt him, and concludes that now he only needs to find a way to escape Hyun. That the protagonist understands Ji's disappointment with the company's betrayal, but questions why he specifically wants to join their group. The veteran focuses his gaze and confesses that, seeing Hyun risk his life to save the lone shark, he knew that he would never abandon him like that. Satisfied with the response, the young man thanks them for their vote of confidence and states that it would be an honor to have someone so strong and experienced in his group. Hyun explains that they don't yet have an office and asks the mobster to wait for his contact, receiving a positive and firm response. The two former adversaries sealed a new, surprising business deal with an extremely strong and definitive handshake. The young man says goodbye, stating that he will be in touch soon, and the mobster politely thanks him for the excellent hamburger he received. Gil leaves the scene while and Hyun's footsteps continue in the opposite direction along the illuminated sidewalk. The blonde man walks around distraught, mentally questioning how two enemies who nearly killed each other suddenly became business allies. He visualizes the gang's new hierarchy and despairs when he realizes he'll have yet another tough superior ordering him around every day. The young man quickly shakes his head to dispel the paranoia, reminding himself that he plans to escape the group anyway. Curious, Tae decides to ask if Ji will be his boss if he joins the gang, and Hyun replies curtly with a very direct no. Hyun gestures with his fingers, explaining that since Tae entered first and was the president, he naturally has more authority. The protagonist clarifies that the lone shark is hierarchically above leaving the blonde man immensely relieved and satisfied. Tae immediately imagines the glorious scene of Gi bowing respectfully before him and greeting him with complete submission. The lone shark flashes a discreet smile, considering to himself that this new power structure isn't all bad for him. Meanwhile, at the imposing headquarters of the HK group, the president questions Sami by phone for having spent yet another night out without giving any news. Sitting in the president's office, the young woman apologizes and gently explains to her father that she ended up talking to a friend for a while. The father wants to know who this friend is and what they talked about, and she reveals that he is a colleague who is also her business partner. Curious about the revelation, the president asks if his daughter plans to start a business, and Somi enthusiastically confirms her desire to become an entrepreneur. The girl feigns shyness when asking her father for financial help and space, trusting that he will not refuse the favor because she is his beloved youngest daughter. The president reacts with a happy laugh and assures that he will gladly help as it involves supporting his beloved daughter's first major project. The businessman asks what line of business the company will be in, leaving the young woman hesitant and unsure of what to answer immediately. Somi actually thinks about wanting to dominate the country's underworld and crush the biggest faction in North America, but she knows she can't reveal it. Unable to tell the truth, she lies, saying she's from a technology company, and her father becomes interested, wanting to know if the product is suitable for the group. The young woman sweats coldly, knowing that the HK group should never get involved, and concludes that she needs to invent a business that her father's corporation doesn't operate. Smiling awkwardly, she makes up an excuse to start a video game company, making her father lament that the group doesn't work in that area. The girl clutches her dress tensely, remembering to herself that she doesn't even play that many video games, and that she just blurted out the first excuse that came to mind. The president offers to make the initial investment, and Somi is startled, as she only intended to ask to borrow an empty room for free. The young woman seriously considers that receiving money from her father is great, but accepting a formal investment would bring obligations that are difficult to handle. She knows her father is rich and wouldn't pressure her for immediate profits, but she considers that the situation requires caution so as not to jeopardize the business. Somi concludes that, given her and Hyun's dangerous goals, accepting formal foreign investments would complicate their freedom. She refuses the investment and asks only for a small allowance, and her father understands, agreeing to give her the money as a monthly allowance, which relieves her. The president smiles proudly, praising his daughter's maturity in handling money and predicting that she will do very well in business. The man adjusts his glasses and imposes a specific condition in exchange for giving that considerable sum of money to her project. He vents, saying that even though he seems conservative, he hates seeing young startup entrepreneurs going to work without wearing a proper suit. The businessman adjusts his shirt cuffs and philosophizes that the suit is the businessman's armor to face the battlefield of work. Somi listens to the explanation with disdain, finding her father's thinking very old-fashioned and remembering the American billionaires who only wear hoodies. The father counters her thoughts by stating that wealthy Americans did indeed wear suits early in their careers when seeking investors. He points out that the current carelessness of those billionaires is merely a demonstration of power stemming from having already built their financial empires. The veteran stares firmly at his daughter and demands that, since she will be using his money, she must dress appropriately in her work attire. Somi considers that the advice makes sense because she wore suits in her past life, accepting her father's condition in an understanding way. The president suggests she ask her older sister for help finding the ideal office, and starts typing on his cell phone to call her. He telephones Ju Kong, asking her to come up to the president's office immediately, and the young woman answers, confirming the call. A close-up focuses on the branches and fallen leaves of the small decorative plant pot that adorns the president's luxurious office. Ju Kong enters the room with a radiant smile on her face, joyfully celebrating her younger sister's surprise visit to the company building. Somi greets her somewhat awkwardly while reflecting that, unlike her scheming brother, her sister seems completely innocent and trustworthy. The father asks Ju Kawang if she has any commercial space available in her large building located in the bustling Gangnam district. The sister confirms with surprise that there is indeed a recent vacancy, and Somi is impressed, deducing that her sister must own several buildings. The president orders the space to be given to the youngest daughter to open her game startup, and Ju Wong gets excited, wanting to know more about the project. The older sister smiles sweetly and assures that she will gladly help if it will facilitate her younger sister's new venture. The father agrees and instructs Ju Kyung to closely monitor his sister's new company from time to time, leaving Somi in shock. He sends his eldest daughter to check if everyone is dressed properly and if the game is being played correctly, and Somi reluctantly agrees. Somi realizes with dismay that her own sister will be acting as a watchdog for her business while Ju Kang celebrates, wishing her good luck. As she leaves the HK group building under a clear sky, the young woman laments to herself, noticing how strangely complicated things have become. She walks down the sidewalk and calls Jahyun, asking if he can talk to her quietly right then. The young woman excitedly recounts that she has already secured an excellent office in Gangnam and all the necessary funding to start the business. She reveals that she had to lie to her father, telling him that their company would manufacture virtual games, surprising the protagonist on the phone. Hyun points out that she doesn't even play video games, and Somi anxiously agrees, saying that this is precisely their biggest problem right now. The protagonist becomes tense and sweats with nervousness upon hearing that they urgently need to find professionals to create a game from scratch. The boy asks, frightened, how they're going to find virtual game developers overnight to support that lie. Sami regrets the unexpected situation but considers that the priority was securing the funding in the venue, and Hyun reluctantly agrees with the situation. Hyun ends the call by asking to meet his partner later to discuss the details, and Sami agrees before hanging up. The young man sighs with the new headache and is surprised when Tae says she's leaving, asking where he's going. The blonde man explains that he heard Ji say that Seodwong will no longer hunt them and concludes that now he can finally return to his own home. The protagonist agrees with the loan shark's logic and calmly bids him farewell, saying he will contact him if he needs anything. Tae pretends to agree with the warning but thinks disdainfully that he never wants to see Hyun's face again and that their partnership is over. The loan shark gets into a taxi in a hurry, thinking to himself that his first urgent step must be to return to the Platinum office. Anxious in the back seat of the vehicle, Tae plans to put his affairs in order and make everything go back to exactly how it was before. The taxi brakes sharply, announcing that they have arrived at their destination, and the blonde man perks up at the thought that Platinum Finance will finally be back in business. However, as she looked out the car window, Tae's eyes widened in utter horror at the unbelievable scene before her. He gets out of the taxi in despair and finds his agency's warehouse completely destroyed and charred by a devastating fire. Stepping onto the rebel, the blonde man becomes enraged upon realizing that those damned Seodwong people set fire to his office. After promising to let him go, he looks at the burnt safes and considers that the money and debt documents are kept in another safe place and are safe. Even so, the young man deeply regrets seeing his beloved company's building reduced to ashes and destroyed in such a horrific and cowardly way. Tae decides he can open a new office and resolves to call his employees to regroup them, initiating the first phone call. To his dismay, the employee on the other end of the line apologizes and says that he no longer intends to return to Platinum Finance. The loan shark calls his other subordinates one by one, but receives only apologies and refusals to work with him again. The last employee sadly announces that he will not be able to continue at the company and says goodbye by hanging up the phone for good. Desperate to see everyone refusing to call back, begs the last boy on the line not to hang up and to listen to him. He demands a clear explanation as to why everyone is acting in such a cowardly way and abandoning him at such a difficult time. The young man reveals with regret that Seodwong recruited all Platinum employees directly to work at their main headquarters. The employee explains that the rival faction convinced the entire gang to never again provide services to Platinum Finance from that point on. He says that the rival warned that they wouldn't have room to work, and Tae concludes that Seodwong's plan was always to financially suffocate him. The young man points out that it's impossible to work in the business without Seodwong, and that migrating to Dongsun's area would bring more conflict, advising his boss to give up. The subordinate suggests that Tae himself seek another path, and the moneylender accepts defeat, thanking him for his concern and wishing him better luck. The click sound of the call ending echoes, and the blonde man collapses alone in the destroyed warehouse, cursing loudly against his terrible fate. The reddish twilight glows over the ruined warehouse, highlighting the melancholic solitude of Platinum's former office. Tae sits desolately on the entrance floor and deeply laments that everyone has abandoned him, leaving not a single person by his side. Suddenly, the cell phone thrown on the floor starts ringing insistently, displaying the protagonist's name on the screen in a new call. The blonde man answers dejectedly, and Hein asks directly where he is, inviting him to have something to eat together for dinner. Tae accepts and thinks to himself, ironically, that the protagonist really must not have any friends in the world to call him. The blonde man refuses to eat hamburger again, and Hein suggests they just drink a beer under the dark sky that begins to cover the shed. The two meet at night in a traditional Japanese tavern-style bar, with warm, cozy lights shining on the facade. Sitting at the table, Tae starts drinking a huge mug of beer all at once, trying to drown all his sorrows in the drink. He slams the empty glass hard on the table, letting out a long sigh under the watchful gaze of the protagonist, who silently observes his suffering. Next, the blonde man grabs a meat skewer from the table and devours a generous piece to satisfy his hunger. He chews with anger and frustration etched on his face, letting out a heavy sigh as he tries to process all the damage he has suffered. While Hein calmly drinks his glass, Tae reflects to himself that everything would be fine if it weren't for that man over there. However, he considers that the blame for the men trusting Sisi Agwang's protection more than their own leadership is, in fact, his own. The protagonist notices his ally's despondency and asks what's wrong, prompting the blonde man to call him boss in a serious, exasperated tone. Tae reveals that Platinum Finance, the company he had taken over, was completely destroyed and nothing remains of it. He recounts that he went there secretly and found the warehouse completely burned down by Seogwang, leaving the protagonist surprised by the revelation. The loan shark adds melancholically that the employees fled, seduced by their rival, and laments that absolutely nothing was left. Ian smiles disdainfully and retorts, saying that it's not true that nothing is left, since team is still there, and asserts that this is enough. The blonde boy is completely speechless at the boy's kind reply and rests his head on his arms on the table in absolute silence. Tae murmurs confusedly, asking what that really is, and Hein questions him back, not understanding what he's referring to. The blonde man explains that he can't understand that protective attitude since they met very recently and under bad circumstances. He recalls their first violent encounter in the warehouse when Ian brutally assaulted him during the terrifying initial break-in. He remembers himself surrendering and begging for mercy as the former assassin forcibly took complete control of Platinum Finance. The blonde man reflects that their relationship started in the worst possible way, but acknowledges that Hein risked everything to save him during the kidnapping. He emotionally thanks Hein for the comfort, saying that it's enough for him to be alive, but confesses that he still feels conflicted about everything. Tae suspiciously asks if their relationship is really so close that they would act that way. Hein confesses that in the past, he thought life should be lived in complete solitude. He explains that by pushing away people who got close to him, he ended up not learning how to create bonds of friendship. The young man remembers that in the past there was only one man capable of becoming his true friend. This old acquaintance wasn't exactly a friend, but he always insisted on staying close by. Because this is the only type of relationship he knows, the young man wants to build something similar with his ally. Tae is surprised to realize that the boss wants someone who will risk their own life to save him. The blonde man takes a long sip of beer, thinking about the possibility of having someone so loyal even after losing everything. He sighs heavily, thinking that in another situation, he would have thought that generous offer was a scam. However, the loan shark admits that hearing that today, after losing so many people, really affected his feelings. Excited, the blonde boy asks if he can call him older brother, but Hein prefers to be called boss. The loan shark accepts the condition enthusiastically and shouts that the two must continue with this special partnership from now on. Seeing the boy's enthusiastic reaction, the protagonist lets out a slight, knowing smile, showing sympathy. They toast with their beer mugs, sealing in a friendly way that new and important pact of loyalty. Tae then changes the subject and asks about the mysterious phone conversation regarding game development. Hyun explains that Somi's father guaranteed funding and an office but demanded the creation of a game as a pretext. Protagonist finds it absurd to have to create a game from scratch without knowing where to find someone capable of doing it. The blonde man smiles and assures that he knows the ideal person to solve this problem immediately. He claims to know a guy who would come running with excitement if he knew he would have sponsorship. Meanwhile, the enormous and modern Sogwon building stands imposingly under the blue and sunny sky of Seoul. Someone walks with firm and determined steps through the long, clean internal corridors of the faction's headquarters. The imposing Bang Man, walks down the corridor wearing an elegant suit and displaying extreme seriousness. Upon seeing the large man, the smiling director Cho Young-ju asks what brought him to his office so suddenly. Director Cho is actually the real power behind the corporation and Choi Chil, Hyun's direct boss. One of the employees at the site questions whether the decision they'd made might be a bit too old-fashioned. Because the director is openly supported by the president, he has full power to make non-standard decisions. Suddenly, a hand firmly extends a sheet of white paper across the director's elegant wooden desk. Bang Man hands in his resignation letter, and the director is surprised by his subordinate's sudden action. Cho Young-ju smiles and tries to disguise it, saying that it's all a misunderstanding and that he never wanted his ally to leave. He praises Bang Man guy, calling him a bulldozer for his crucial role in constructing the entire company base. The big guy counters that once the foundation is ready, the company no longer needs an excavator nearby. He concludes ironically that the director will only need to call him back when the time comes for demolition. The director asks what he plans to do after leaving and questions whether he plans to join rival Donson. Bang Man dismisses the idea, reminding the boss that he has defeated many of them and warns him to stop feigning foolishness. He accuses the director of cutting his ties and warns that if he continues to play dumb, he will tell him everything directly. He openly reveals that he knows the director fired his former boss Jang and then murdered him without mercy. The director denies this with a cynical smile, stating that Jang died in an accident and left to take responsibility for his mistakes. The brute sarcastically asks if the man practices these blatant lies in front of the mirror, given how shameless he is. Bang Man announces he's leaving, ending the word game, while the director tries to stop him by shouting loudly. A loud bang echoes through the corridors, indicating that the office door was slammed shut with extreme force and violence. Chu Young-ju sighs in surprise as he realizes that the brute actually resigned after being pressured. The man stares at the letter on the table, bewildered by the audacity of his former ally in simply walking away. Outside the office, the big man walks back down the hallway, keeping his hands in his pockets with an imposing pose. Choi Chil-hyun appears on the path, surprised to see him, and asks why he is leaving the principal's office. He smiles mockingly, stating that nothing will change in the company's decision, even if he complains to his superior. He scoffs at the big guy's attitude, suggesting that his old bullying methods no longer work there. Irritated by the provocation, Bang Man speeds towards his insolent coworker. The arrogant young man is completely taken by surprise by the swift attack and shows panic on his face. An extremely fast and powerful blow is delivered, cutting through the air towards the body of the frightened opponent. Bang Man lands a devastating kick to his coworker's chest, sending him flying with extreme force. The insolent Choi Chil-hyun falls to the ground, rolling violently after suffering the brutal impact of the kick. He stands up furiously, spitting saliva and shouting indignantly, asking what his rival thinks he is doing. Bang Man slowly walks towards him, causing the young man to recoil in fright and stammer, begging him to stop. A dull sound echoes down the hallway, indicating that the boy was thrown forcefully against the wall of the room. The big guy stands imposingly before Choi Chil-hyun, who is lying on the ground trembling and asking if he has gone crazy. The young man threatens to report the assault immediately to his superiors and questions whether the aggressor thinks he will get away with it. Bang Man, Ji approaches his face and questions what would happen if they crossed paths as criminals outside of there. He coldly reveals that he has just resigned, leaving his coworker completely shocked by the news. The brute explains that from now on he no longer cares if the boy is part of the corporation's leadership. He casts a menacing look from behind his glasses and warns the boy never to speak to him like that again. The big guy walks back down the hallway and warns the young man never to dare appear before him again. With a dark and frightening look, the veteran vows to kill the boy without hesitation if he encounters him again. Meanwhile, life goes on calmly in the bustling streets of Seoul near a modern commercial establishment. At an outdoor table, Sami curiously asks Jum Tae how he knows the developer capable of creating the game. The blonde man calmly takes a sip of his drink and reveals that the man was actually a client of his loans. He explains that the person left a large company to create fun games, but ended up having terrible results. Jung Tae details that the developer went bankrupt after being betrayed by an employee and now works only to pay interest. Sami smiles at the story and proposes to buy the man's debt, while the blonde man agrees to close his old businesses. She notices the detached attitude of the boy, who assures her that now he only intends to follow and trust the protagonist. Curious, she questions Jae-hyun about the method he used to win over the blonde boy, but the young man says it was just effort. Sami smiles and the protagonist explains that he intends to forgive the boy's debt in exchange for developing the game. Shortly after, former developer Lee Min-sang is surprised to hear that his debt would be completely forgiven. Suspicious of that unbelievable offer, the boy in the orange cap asks if it's some kind of prank. Sami calms the surprised young man and assures him that she will explain all the details of that excellent job offer. She details that upon signing the contract, interest will stop accruing and he will receive an average salary to support himself. The young woman adds that the principal debt will be completely paid off at the end of the project, leaving the young man astonished. Sami tries to warn him about the consequences of doing a job without dedication, but he firmly interrupts her. The young man asserts with determination that it is absolutely impossible for him to play a game without giving his best in the creative process. Jae-hyun silently observes the boy's confident and enthusiastic reaction, seemingly assessing his character. The developer asks what the project theme is and what type of game they would like to be developed. To the boy's surprise, the protagonist directly asks him to create the game that he himself always wanted to make. Jae-hyun emphasizes that their project is to get him to create something fun, and the boy enthusiastically accepts the challenge. Lee Min-sang bows deeply to give thanks for that wonderful second chance. The protagonist smiles slightly, observing the immense gratitude and determination that the boy demonstrates at that moment. The young man asks where his workplace will be, and Sami invites him to visit the new office nearby. Lee Min-sang timidly accepts the invitation, still processing all the upheaval in his financial life. Walking through the busy streets, the young man reflects to himself that he is still suspicious of such nice terms. He reflects that this proposal sounds exactly like the fantasies he had daily about creating his own game. The young man remembers the advice to be careful of those who only say what he would like to hear in life. He fears that the loan shark's allies are trying to pull off some kind of financial scam to extract even more money from him. Sami points ahead, announcing that they have arrived at their destination while making a friendly, welcoming gesture. Lee Min-sang looks up and is completely speechless as he contemplates the imposing structure in front of him. He comes across a gigantic modern skyscraper in the center of Gangnam and doubts that the office is really there. The young woman calls him into the building's reception area, leaving the boy in the cap even more surprised and disconcerted. Upon entering, they are greeted by an extremely extremely modern, luxurious, and perfectly decorated high-end office. Sami asks if the space is sufficient, and the developer thinks to himself that the location is more than good enough. She explains that the previous company was successful and moved away, leaving all the furniture and equipment behind. Tae sighs in relief and tells his teammates that he needs to go to the bathroom for a few moments. Sang quickly says he will accompany him and follows the blonde man hurriedly down the office corridors. A sign indicating the men's restroom appears on the gray wall, signaling the final destination of the two boys. Tame and Sang use the office bathroom while the blonde wonders if he drank too much coffee. The developer asks if the ally has given up his former line of work, and he confirms, saying that the job is over. Washing his hands, the boy in the orange cap questions, with visible apprehension, whether this whole situation of helping him might be a scam. He explains that from his point of view, everything seems too absurd to receive such advantageous terms to create the game. The blonde man retorted curtly, assuring him that he knew the boy was bankrupt and had absolutely nothing that could be stolen. He squeezes a wet piece of paper, ironically saying that if there was anything to take from him, he would have done it a long time ago. Faced with the loan shark's realistic argument, the young developer only timidly agrees while looking down. Tae smiles slightly and casually acknowledges that the whole situation is indeed very unusual. The blonde man advises the boy to get used to the craziness if he wants to continue working with the mysterious couple. In the main room, Sami warns that hiring staff will cost hundreds of millions of won annually. She smiles and reveals that her billionaire father's sponsorship will bring in a lot of money, leaving Hyun surprised. She celebrates getting the free office in the Gangnam area, and the young man comments on how much his father loves her. The young woman reflects melancholically that it would be wonderful to forget everything and lonely as the beloved daughter of a rich man. However, she shows herself determined when she confesses that she will never be able to forget the damned enemies who killed them. Hearing his ally's heartfelt confession, the protagonist smiles slightly and is grateful that she didn't run away. Now that the office is properly established, Hyun plans to start contacting new targets. At Seogwang headquarters, someone bursts into laughter upon discovering that Choi Hyun got a severe beating from the rebel bang man, G. The young advisor asks the director if it's really safe to let the former department head roam free. Director Cho scoffs, saying that his rival resigned and recalls that his own advisor wanted to stop the violence. Hyun insists worriedly that the rival is dangerous and might try to do something very strange against them. Tired of his subordinate's insistence, the director frowns and questions what he actually intends to do. With a grim look, the young advisor suggests that it would be much better to eliminate any future problems altogether. Cho mocks the advisor's sudden change of attitude, who previously criticized violence but now acts like a bully. The director warns that Bang Man, Jai is too strong and that it would be necessary to send several henchmen to catch him. He questions the logic of sending men on a non-profit mission after they abandoned the platinum finance case. The leader explains that a failure would damage his reputation within the faction, but the young advisor tries to insist on the plan. Cho asks the reason for so much panic and is amused to hear that his rival threatened to kill his advisor if they ever met again. The businessman reflects silently and considers the possibility of using disposable thugs to do the job. In a cramped room in the basement of the faction's headquarters, the former employees of Platinum Finance are gathered. One of the henchmen complains about being locked in such a small place, and another suspects that something has gone very wrong. The gang tries to remain calm, remembering that the order was simply to wait for new tasks to be assigned by the local leadership. Meanwhile, Hyun walks with firm steps down the corridor towards the basement of the headquarters. Director Cho plans to use the deserters, calculating that any outcome of that dispute will be advantageous to him. The young advisor advances with a serious expression, determined to put the cruel plan against the old gang into action. He thinks to himself that those henchmen are just useless tools that will need to be disposed of soon. Choi Chil. Hyen opens the door to the room and announces to the assembled men that an important mission has been decided. He throws a black document folder onto the table in front of everyone, immediately drawing the group's attention. Moments later, the advisor orders that the job be done today, and the henchmen agree to the instructions. The basement door slams shut, leaving the gang alone to analyze the details of this new task. The group leader opens the folder apprehensively and expresses enormous surprise upon analyzing the information in the document. He comes across the photo and personal file of the feared and extremely powerful former department head Bangman, G. The men are startled when they realize who the target is, remembering that their former boss, Jum Tae, was terrified of that man. One of the henchmen starts sweating nervously, questioning how they would manage to capture such a dangerous monster. The gang leader says they have no choice and need to complete the job to get promoted in the organization. Everyone is excited about the chance to get out of the basement and shouts with motivation, deciding to hunt down the former department head. The silence of the dark night covers a quiet residential apartment building in the heart of bustling Seoul. Inside a simple apartment, the hulking Bangman, Jai relaxes on the sofa while watching the news. He laughs when he hears the nonsense on TV, thinking about how much he misses having someone care about him. Suddenly, he feels pain in his chest when he laughs and realizes he strained his body before fully recovering from the fight. At that exact moment, the cell phone lying on the sofa begins to vibrate insistently, immediately drawing the man's attention. Bangman, G answers his cell phone, informing that he is at home resting and recovering after the last confrontation. He informs the person he's talking to that he will send his home address so they can meet there in person. Upon opening the refrigerator, the big guy realizes he has nothing to serve and decides to go out and buy some beers. He leaves the building dressed casually while silently reflecting on the friendly conversation he had. Hidden in the shadows, Platinum's former henchmen watch the location and celebrate when they see the target leaving the house. The gang draws their combat knives and decides to act, cautiously advancing towards the dark street. Without noticing the presence of enemies, the big guy calmly enters a brightly lit convenience store on the corner. Outside, the criminals discuss the best strategy, knowing that a direct fight against him would be dangerous. The leader proposes to carry out a surprise attack as soon as the target leaves and questions who will strike first. The men exchange hesitant glances in silence, facing the enormous risk of confronting the powerful fighter. One of the most confident henchmen takes the initiative with a determined look and volunteers to start the ambush. Inside the store, the big guy takes advantage of a promotion and chooses 4 cans of beer. He leaves the store carrying a heavy bag with the drinks he bought, unaware of the imminent danger. The gang volunteer hides on the street corner, waiting for the exact moment when the target will pass by him. As soon as the big guy passes by, the henchman quickly advances from behind, treacherously wielding a knife. Sensing the attacker's sudden approach, the experienced fighter turns his head slightly back in alert. With impressive reflexes, he uses the heavy bag of beers to deliver a violent blow to his rival's face. The devastating impact of the bag full of cans knocks the assailant to the ground immediately and brutally. The volunteer collapses unconscious on the wet asphalt, while the big guy just watches him with disdain. He picks up the knife left by the fallen enemy on the ground and wonders who that amateurish fellow might be. With his weapon in hand, the veteran looks around, analyzing the shadows of the streets in search of other possible attackers. He narrows his eyes and focuses his attention in the direction where the other henchmen are hiding, watching. The remaining criminals emerge from their hiding place, and the brute coldly asks if they are with the defeated one. Startled by their companion's swift defeat, the henchmen hesitate, unsure whether to attack all at once. Desperate, one of the thugs decides to risk everything and runs towards the big guy wielding his knife. Bangman, Jay observes the desperate attack with complete coldness and calmness through his glasses. He dodges the attack with extreme ease and counterattacks the opponent with quick and precise movements. The assailant screams in pain as he is violently struck, and the other henchmen watch the scene in horror. With a devastating punch, the veteran breaks his opponent's guard, leaving him completely unable to react in the fight. The criminal falls unconscious in the street in front of the big guy, who remains firm in his fighting stance. He snaps his neck intimidatingly and demands to know who they are and who sent them to that ambush. The survivors tremble with terror as they realize that their rival remains incredibly strong, even though he is wounded. The gang leader lets out a furious war cry and advances with determination to try and reverse the situation. However, Bang Man, G feels a sharp pain in his chest when he realizes that his stitches from the last surgery have opened. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the rival's physical pain, the aggressor manages to deliver a quick cut to his face. Feeling the blood running down, the big guy mentally laments having allowed that blow under normal circumstances. Noticing that the enemy is bleeding and weakened, the leader becomes emboldened and orders everyone to attack immediately. The remaining henchmen run with their weapons drawn, confident that they will finally be able to defeat the monster. Even wounded and clutching his chest in pain, Bang Man, G assumes a fighting stance, ready to face the gang. Suddenly, a mysterious and relaxed voice echoes through the dark street, ordering everyone to stop the attack now. The attackers stop the race, surprised by the unexpected interruption, and look back confused. The protagonist appears riding an electric scooter at high speed towards the group of criminals. The gang leader pales with terror upon recognizing Jay. Hyun and desperately wonders why he is there. The young man performs a perfect maneuver, sliding his scooter on the asphalt before calmly stopping next to his alley. Bang Van G asks how he found the place, and the young man explains that he simply followed the route indicated by the map on his cell phone. The big guy scratches his head awkwardly, remembering that that street really was the direct way to his house. Hyun recognizes Platinum's henchman and disdainfully concludes that Seogwong sent them to do the dirty work. The leader of the attackers realizes the disadvantage and desperately concludes that they have no chance of defeating both of them together. In an all-or-nothing attempt, the criminal runs towards the big guy, trying to deliver one last good blow. However, before reaching the target, a beam of blue light cuts through the darkness of the night, indicating Hyun's intervention. Hyun lands a spectacular blow, taking down the remaining criminal with extreme ease in the middle of the street. He turns to the other two thugs who are still standing and questions them with an intimidating look. With the red eye glow activated, the young man orders them to collect the wounded and get out of there immediately. The henchmen agree in terror, and shortly afterwards calm returns to the Allies' residential complex. Inside the apartment, Bang Man, Gi complains angrily about the cute teddy bear bandage stuck to his face. Protagonist calmly confirms that this was the only bandage option available at the convenience store. While drinking beer, the big guy thanks him for his help in the fight and asks what brought the young man to his house. Hyun reveals that he secured an excellent business office and came to make an official job offer. The protagonist extends his hand amicably, inviting the experienced ally to join his new team. The big guy accepts the proposal with a smile on his face, sealing the new partnership with a firm handshake. He vents, saying that his relationship with Seogwong had been quite strained and complicated for a long time. Bang Man. Jai explains that the faction emerged from the union of several gangs, but his original group ended up being excluded. He says he was the only remaining member of the old alliance and decides to tell an interesting story about Seoul. Hyun listens attentively as his ally reveals that Seogwong and Dongsan were once a single organization. The veteran recounts that long ago there was a legendary man capable of unifying the entire underworld of the city, all by himself. He describes how this warrior conquered and devoured each small criminal gang until he built a true empire. However, the brilliant leader in battles lacked the talent to govern and ended up being betrayed, dividing the empire in two. The protagonist finds the legend fascinating, but the veteran questions whether he understands the true difficulty of his ambition. Hyun crushes the beer can and assures himself that his previous achievement gives him the confidence that he can do it too. Bang Man, Rialto, remembering that the outcome of that legend from the past was the total collapse of the conquered empire. The young man calmly opens another drink and replies, suggesting that all you have to do is keep conquering without ever stopping. The brute is completely speechless at the relentless and audacious determination shown by the boy. He drinks his beer in silence, thinking to himself that this mysterious young man might actually be able to pull it off. Meanwhile, a cry of extreme fury echoes through the cold corridors of Seogwon's imposing corporate headquarters. The young advisor violently slams his fist on the office desk, demonstrating a complete lack of control over the failure. He shouts indignantly, asking how 5 healthy men failed to capture a single wounded opponent. Choi Chil. Hyan rubs the collar of his suit, huffing with anger as he berates his subordinates for being incompetent. The injured henchmen take offense at the insults, reflecting that their true fear is actually of Director Cho. They mentally scoff at the boy in the gray suit for not being a real gangster and acting so arrogantly. The young advisor fears that the powerful rival has discovered that the henchmen were sent on his own orders. He asks the men if they happen to mention that someone from the leadership had ordered that ambush. The group leader remains silent for a moment, thinking of the best excuse to lie to his superior. In fact, during the confrontation in the street, the protagonist had directly asked if Choi had sent the men. At that moment, the henchman had sincerely confirmed that the order had indeed come from the faction's young advisor. In the office, the gang decides to lie blatantly, assuring everyone that they didn't reveal where the mission order came from. Choi Chil sighs in relief, believing the lie, and praises his subordinates for not being so foolish. The advisor warns that they missed their chance to move up in the faction before even opening the office door. The door is slammed shut, indicating the angry departure of the young man, leaving the henchman alone in the dark room. The men curse the arrogant boss, but decide to let it go because he's the favorite of Seogwon's director. Another henchman questions why they didn't reveal that Hyun intervened in the fight to help the big guy. The leader explains that he didn't want to interfere with the protagonist, who seemed to be trying to recruit the feared fighter. The companion praises the intelligent decision, but wonders what those individuals are planning by joining forces like this. In the directorate, Cho Young-ju downplays the problem, claiming that the former ally is now just a powerless individual. He assures that the big guy poses no danger, and the young advisor agrees, somewhat calmer, with the advice. Director jokes about the rival's hatred for the advisor and points out that the young man only survived thanks to his support. Choi Chil Hyun smiles cynically and swears absolute loyalty to the director, promising to give his own life for his business. Pleased with the flattery, the boss opens a leather briefcase and announces that he has a new and important mission for him. He reveals that HK asked to eliminate a person in exchange for shutting down a major development project. The young advisor opens the file and comes across Sami's photo, becoming surprised to see that the target is a woman. Cho reveals that the mastermind behind the crime is Sami's own brother, who hired the faction to get rid of their rival once and for all. Cho comments, laughing, that the wealthy heirs are scarier than the mobsters for ordering the murder of their own sister. The director orders the aide to select 2 of the faction's most agile assassins to carry out the job immediately. Choi Chil Hyun walks thoughtfully down the director's office hallway while analyzing the data in the confidential file. The boy stares at Somi's photo and wonders if there's really a need to send 2 professionals to the target. Far away, Somi informs the protagonist that they need to register the company name before reporting to HK. Hyun admits she has no ideas for a name, and she suggests using short words or the initials of their given names. The young man in the sports jacket thinks for a moment and suggests adopting the initials BB, leaving his companion curious. He reveals with complete coldness that the letters mean bad business in English, matching their illegal work. Somi thinks the idea of using a negative name is terrible, but the protagonist counters by saying that their acting is bad. The young woman eventually accepts the idea and suggests inventing a nice meaning in case someone asks about the new company. Hyun thoughtfully reflects on his chosen name as he prepares for the next bureaucratic steps. Night falls over the enormous illuminated skyscrapers of Seal, where big business happens. In front of her father, Sami cleverly lies, saying that the initials roughly translate to courageous and bold. The conglomerate president approves of the strong meaning, and the young woman firmly assures that she will do her best. She leaves the office with a sigh of relief and murmurs to herself that the corporate life of lies is difficult. Suddenly, the cell phone in the pocket of his elegant jacket begins to vibrate insistently, drawing his attention. The young woman answers the call calmly while moving through the luxurious interior corridors of the building. The driver reports with concern that he went down early to prepare the vehicle, but encountered a very strange situation. He reports that someone sabotaged the tires of the luxury car and warns the repair will take a long time to complete. Hearing the driver's warning, the young assassin's eyes narrow as she realizes the sabotage was intentional. She orders the employee to go home after the repair and decides to continue her walk through the reception area. The noise of city traffic and car horns echo through the busy streets in the early evening in the city. Walking along the sidewalk, the young woman immediately notices that she is being closely watched by suspicious men in suits. She notices another suspicious man wearing a cap approaching, discreetly following her through the flow of pedestrians. Sami mentally analyzes that damaging the target's vehicle is a common tactic to force them to drive unprotected. She considers that the driver usually acts as a bodyguard, and removing that support makes the murder much easier. The young woman enters a famous coffee shop in Seoul, knowing that the absence of the car made the assassin's actions easier. Inside the establishment, she chooses a large, sturdy thermal mug, perfect for her defense plan. She politely asks the counter attendant to put a large, very hot Americano coffee in her cup. Holding the thermos mug with the boiling liquid, the young woman calmly walks towards a more secluded alley. The bespectacled stalker rushes into the same dark corridor, believing he has cornered his defenseless target. He strides quickly down the alley, believing that this would be an easy mission without major problems. But the henchman freezes in place when he, across the young assassin already positioned and waiting for him in the dark. With a menacing look, Sami greets him ironically and offers him the hot coffee she bought minutes before. In a fraction of a second, she throws the boiling coffee directly into the enemy's eyes, who screams in utter despair. The assailant falls to the ground, clutching his burned face, as the young woman quickly moves to deliver the final blow. A brutal impact shatters the concrete of the street, indicating that the first pursuer was devastatingly knocked unconscious. The young woman assumes an imposing posture with the glass in her hand, laying the bloodied enemy on the ground in a few seconds. The second pursuer in the cap runs into the alley and recoils in horror upon seeing his companion utterly defeated. He angrily pulls his knife out of a plastic bag and curses the young woman, vowing to finish her off. She coldly advises him to use his brain and give up that madness before he ends up in the same state as his colleague. Ignoring the warning, the criminal runs forward with the knife in hand, delivering a lethal blow towards the young woman. Sami just smiles disdainfully and confidently, finding that reckless attitude of her rival to be complete stupidity. In the HK Group's boardroom, the plaque on the wall identifies the office of the heir and main rival, Han Ju-sik. His aide enters the room and reports that the Seogwang faction just called, confirming they will do the job today. Han Ju-sik listens attentively to the report, adjusting his glasses as he silently processes the information. He lets out a sadistic smile and celebrates that he is finally about to get rid of his half-sister for good. Back in the dark alley, the criminal delivers a violent knife blow into the air, trying to hit the young woman at all costs. With superhuman reflexes, Sami easily dodges the attack by nimbly crouching beneath the blade. The henchman's eyes widen in utter despair as he realizes that the young assassin dodged without suffering a scratch. Sami reacts fast and lands a devastating strike that sends the second attacker crashing to the ground. She calmly walks between the two fallen bodies on the floor and wonders if all the hitmen around here are this weak. Nudging the man with her foot, she demands that he wake up and answer her questions while he groans in pain. The young woman orders the henchman to reveal his faction and who hired them for that hit job. Seeing the man hesitate, she steps heavily on his head, demanding an immediate answer without any runaround. The criminal cries out in agony as he feels the overwhelming pressure of her foot against his face. She repeats the question in a cold, ruthless tone, making it clear she won't hesitate to hurt him even more. Seeing that she is about to stomp on him again, the man panics and yells that he will spill everything she wants to know. He reveals that he works for the Xiaoguang faction, but swears he doesn't know the client who made the payment. Sami repeats the name of the criminal syndicate out loud, etching that crucial piece of information into her mind. The scene shifts to a massive luxury mansion illuminated under the quiet, starry night sky. Hanju Sik enters his luxurious mansion, sighing with exhaustion after finishing his daily duties. He gets a massive shock when he finds Somi casually standing in the hallway, holding a mug with a drink. He stands completely frozen and speechless, seeing his stepsister alive right in front of him. Sami takes a sip of her drink and mockingly asks why he looks so surprised to see her. He lets out a long sigh, trying to compose himself in the unexpected presence of the young woman. As a drink is poured, someone wonders how two professional hitmen got taken down by a single girl. The faction boss asks manager Choi if that ridiculous story makes any sense at all to him. The man agrees after taking a sip of his drink, showing that he also finds the whole thing impossible. Right after that, he slams the glass onto the floor in absolute fury, startling the employee standing beside him. The boss shouts in rage, saying the HK group is demanding answers, and complains about the utter uselessness of his men. Choi apologizes with fake submission, but angrily thinks to himself that the boss is just a weakling protected by higher-ups. The boss mockingly insults the employee, saying he now understands why everyone dislikes him. The manager tries to defend himself, saying he sent skilled men, but gets cut off by harsh complaints about the failure. Having made up his mind, the boss announces that he will personally select the next hitman and send the absolute best from his team. A few days pass, and the story takes us back to the apartment building under a clear blue sky. Hyun appears wearing a very sharp black suit, getting ready to start his workday. Looking in the mirror, he thinks it feels strange to wear a suit again, given that he used to wear them all the time in his past life. He recalls how he used to wear custom, tailored suits made by a famous tailor in New York. As he steps out of his apartment, he complains that his current outfit is just a simple off-the-rack suit bought near the station. He bumps into his neighbor, stepping out of the adjacent apartment, and she looks surprised to see him dressed up so nicely. The two enter the quiet elevator, which slowly begins its descent to the lower floors. The neighbor thinks curiously that he always wore the same casual clothes, and now out of nowhere, he is rocking a suit. She steals a subtle glance at him and admits to herself that he looks insanely charming like that. Deciding to break the ice, she greets him shyly, and the young man politely responds. The young woman asks if he is heading to work, and the prota reveals that he just started his own company. She is left speechless by the news, while he politely bids farewell as he steps out of the elevator. The neighbor stands frozen in place, processing the fact that the guy is now a business owner. On the wall of the new office, a metal plaque proudly displays the official logo of BB Company. Upon arrival, Hyde is greeted by Somi, who compliments his look, saying the suit suits him really well. She hands over his ID badge and warns him that he will need to wear that formal attire quite often. Their blonde teammate adjusts his uncomfortable jacket, complaining that the formal style does not suit him at all. Somi encourages him, saying he looks way more attractive like that, leaving the young man slightly embarrassed. The guy wearing the cap mentions that it feels strange to code in a suit, but understands the necessity given the company's situation. He examines his new ID badge, surprised to find out that he has been officially named team lead. The blonde partner asks curiously what his role will be, while Somi gets ready to explain everything. She formally introduces the protege, Hyun as the chief executive officer and big boss of the new company. Next, she proudly introduces herself as the official vice president of their new venture. She appoints the blonde youngster, Baekjum Tae, to take on the position of managing director. Finally, the big guy with glasses, Bang Man Ji, is officially presented in the role of chief security officer. Tae is surprised to realize he now holds a rank above the big guy man, questioning the sudden formality. Man laughs and explains that company rules must be followed, and the blonde gets hyped up, promising to give it his all. The big guy finds their fancy titles funny, considering the new company does not even have any real infrastructure yet. Jae-hyun agrees and asks if he has a plan in mind to give shape and direction to the group's business. The boss orders the programmer with the cap to get to work immediately, and he clumsily scrambles off to comply. Everyone gathers in the conference room, and Jae-hyun asks Man Ji to present his strategic roadmap. Man Ji adjusts his glasses and begins the briefing, revealing that their first target will be the major Seogwang syndicate. He explains that headquarters holds all the factions' power and coordinates their lucrative real estate operations. Details that there are several smaller crews under their command operating independently on the streets. The big guy highlights that these smaller groups have zero loyalty and are merely exploited by the larger faction. Tae agrees, saying he knows firsthand how awful it feels to be pushed around and looked down on for being considered weak. The director reveals that this resentment is the core foundation of the plan to take over these small groups one by one. He suggests rallying them under an opposition banner to unite everyone against Seogwang's brutal oppression and exploitation. Man Ji predicts that after taking down the first few crews, the rest will naturally join their cause. He guarantees that with this united front, their new company will finally gain a proper corporate structure. Jae-hyun enthusiastically begins to applaud the plan, admitting that his partner's strategy is brilliant. Salmi asks where they should launch the first strike, and Man Ji notes that he used to manage those exact external factions. The man assures them he knows the complete roster and will personally handpick the ideal first target for the mission. Watched the conversation feeling a bit tense, seeing how quickly his colleague took charge of the decision-making. He worries, thinking that even with a higher title, he might end up getting left in the dust very soon. In the office, the programmer intently analyzes his old game development projects to see which ones can be reused. As he works, he begins to question what the true identities of the people in this company actually are. The young guy reflects that none of them look like tech workers. Remembering that one of them used to be a loan shark, he finds it sketchy for this to be a gaming company, until he feels a light tap on his shoulder from behind. Salmi appears out of nowhere asking about his work progress, startling the guy with her sudden approach. The young woman offers to help with whatever he needs, and he mentions that he requires more staff. The developer gestures around the massive empty room, venting about being the only person on the entire dev team. Salmi apologizes and explains that the team will stay small because game development isn't the primary focus of their business. He reflects that having his massive debt wiped clean just to build a game was already a sweet deal in itself. She promises to pay generous bonuses well above the market average, making the developer super hyped about the news. He asks why they even set up a gaming department, and she thinks to herself that she can't reveal the plan to mislead her father. She considers that his hard work will help cover up the book's operations, and tries to brainstorm a convincing excuse. Salmi makes up a story that their core focus is corporate mergers and acquisitions, admitting it is rather dry work. She explains that they wanted to use the revenue from that boring work to fund something creative with real passion. The young man gets emotional and vows to build an incredible game, while she finds it hilarious how easy he is to motivate. Later, Tae asks when his colleague came up with that plan. Mayor replies that was back when he was active in Seogwang. The big guy shares that he drafted these contingency simulations just in case an external crew ever became a real threat. He notes that he simply picked the scenario most likely to work, adding that he is also really curious about something else. Man Ji asks what the vice president actually does, pointing out that she is in Harris and the owner of the entire building. The blonde wonders why she got mixed up in this, asking if she and the boss are secretly dating. Tae fires back that their boss himself is a mysterious guy who is super hard to figure out. The young man admits he gave up trying to make sense of everything and is just going with the flow to keep his partner happy. Suddenly, the big guy has an epiphany and excitedly agrees with the idea of riding the wave of events. He thrilledly announces that he just figured out the exact tactic to put the plan into motion. In another room, Sami tells Jae Hyun that Seogwon sent hitmen on orders from her greedy stepbrother. The prota asks what happened, and the young woman stands up confidently, showing that she is completely unhurt. Jae Hyun advises her not to lower her guard, guessing the rivals probably sent low tier thugs by mistake. He gravely warns her that the next hitman sent by the syndicate could be extremely dangerous and lethal. The scene shifts to the open ocean, where violent waves crash hard against the coastal rocks. A sharp-dressed man is seen casually fishing at the water's edge while enjoying a refreshing drink. The man with glasses on the phone tries to calm the person on the other end, telling them not to worry about a thing. He points out that he is fully protected with a massive team of bodyguards posted all over the area. He guarantees he will show up at court the next day to testify as agreed between them. Suddenly, a mysterious long-haired figure appears, slowly walking toward the security detail. One of the bodyguards spots the approach and goes on high alert upon noticing the stranger's presence. The guard firmly orders the long-haired man to turn around and not step any closer. The mysterious guy in the dark jacket just keeps walking with an utterly calm and focused expression. He mockingly asks why he can't walk through when there is another guy fishing peacefully right up ahead. The guard tells the youngster to go fish somewhere else and feels relieved when the intruder seemingly accepts and turns away. However, the stranger places his green bag on the ground and starts unzipping it in a highly suspicious manner. The guards get irritated by his pushy attitude and demand once more that he scram and move further away. In a swift motion, the intruder reveals his true intentions as he draws a sharp sword out of the bag. He lunges at high speed toward the security crew, who are caught completely off guard by the sudden assault. A bodyguard tries to draw his firearm in a hurry, but realizes the rival's speed is unbelievable. With surgical strikes, the swordsman slices through his opponents in seconds, painting the concrete crimson. The remaining security guards draw their handguns and begin firing frantically, attempting to hit the target. The hitman masterfully dodges the incoming rounds and continues pressing forward relentlessly against the shooters. He delivers another lightning-fast, lethal slash that hurls another severely injured guard straight backward. The men in suits drop defeated to the floor without managing to land even a scratch on the skilled long-haired fighter. The last security guard standing falls into pure panic, seeing all his comrades lying on the ground covered in blood. Overcome with rage, the man aims his gun and screams at the attacker, attempting one last desperate stand. But the intruder is faster, landing a brutal kick to his face that cuts off the gunshot instantly. The guard is knocked out cold and drops unconscious as his pistol slides away across the smooth pavement. The man who was fishing falls into total despair and starts sprinting while screaming wildly for help. Armed reinforcements come rushing in, opening fire on the hitman in a bid to save their boss's life. The swordsman moves like a ghost through the hail of bullets, leaving the shooters stunned by his incredible speed. He smoothly slides across the floor, delivering a glancing blow to disarm the guards blocking his path. With deadly precision, he takes down the new guards without hesitation, staining the area with even more blood. Looking back and realizing he is completely alone, the man with glasses lets out a scream of absolute terror. He falls lifeless onto the dock's concrete, marking the tragic end of yet another targeted hit job. Coldly, the hitman picks up the high-end bottle of whiskey sitting on the deceased man's table. He inspects the label on the expensive drink and calmly mutters that the whiskey is top tier. He places a quick call to report that the job is complete and requests an immediate cleanup of the site. The guy asks about the next hit on his schedule and tells them to send over the briefing for review. He opens the received text and stares at his phone screen with a serious, focused expression. Spotting a photo of Sami smiling, he thinks she is pretty, completely unaware that she is his dangerous new target. Back at BB Company headquarters, the team deliberates on what their next strategic move should be. Man-G confirms that the smartest choice right now is to create a massive trend in the market. He shares that he initially considered launching a direct hit on one of the rival's largest and most influential branches. He explains that taking down several small groups in rapid succession will deliver a far greater psychological blow. The director asserts that by showcasing overwhelming force, many enemies will surrender and join them without a fight. Hyun agrees, and the director notes that the targets will have a setup similar to the old Platinum crew. Tae listens closely, deeply aware of the immense risk that such a bold strategy entails. Somi asks about their target timeline, and the big guy suggests taking control of 3 entire crews in just 1 month. Hyun stares at his partner with a mysterious gaze, silently analyzing the risks of that plan. The boss shocks everyone by proposing to raise the target to 5 companies within that same 30-day window. To everyone's utter shock, the Prota sets an insane deadline of just 1 single week to finish everything. He coldly declares that the operation will kick off on Monday and must be wrapped up by Friday. G's eyes widen in absolute shock at the sheer audacity and speed demanded by their new leader. Tae swallows hard, realizing their goal is to dismantle an entire criminal outfit every single day. Hyun explains that this aggressive goal is necessary to project the image that they are an unstoppable force. Tae questions if they can actually pull it off, and the boss assures him everything is possible if they stand united. The blonde acknowledges that the boss is crazy strong and that the big guy G is also an incredible fighter, states he has plenty of confidence, but points out that dismantling 5 syndicates in a single week won't be easy. Somi interrupts the chat annoyed, asking why he is only counting 3 people and leaving her out of the picture. The 2 guys stare at the young woman in total confusion, clueless about what she meant by that comment. Tae asks in surprise if she fights too, and she confirms, telling him he'll get to see it all next week. Night falls, blanketing the company's grand building and signaling that it's time for everyone to head home. In the elevator, Hyun invites her to dinner, but she declines, explaining her dad wants a family gathering tonight. The young woman drives off in her sleek, black luxury car, navigating the heavy traffic of the bustling city at night. Inside the vehicle, she smiles, amused by her teammates' shocked reactions upon learning she can fight. Suddenly, the driver turns to her in the back seat, letting her know he needs to share something important. He remorsefully reveals he was reassigned by her brother to serve another executive and won't be her driver anymore. Somi lets out a sarcastic smirk, instantly realizing her stepbrother is clearing the runway to have her eliminated. The car finally arrives at the family's grand, imposing mansion, which stands out under the cover of night. The family gathers around the luxurious dining table for a meal thick with silent tension. The chairman asks how things are going, and Somi thanks her father for his support, assuring him business is thriving. Her stepbrother listens in and lets out a mocking smirk, echoing the word business with complete contempt. He taunts her, telling her to stop playing around with their father's money, adding that she didn't earn that spot on merit. The family patriarch glares at his son with an intensely stern look, questioning his hostile behavior at the table. Sick pushes on, saying the company was built using his inheritance, and the father is forced to acknowledge the fact. Somi fires back, noting that her brother pinches pennies so hard he even took away her driver, making him scramble for an excuse. He claims a young girl doesn't need a chauffeur, and she brilliantly counters by pretending to agree with his logic. With heavy sarcasm, she pretends to buy his excuse and asks if he only did it because he was so concerned about her. Somi smiles triumphantly as her brother stands there, looking foolish, angrily thinking she can laugh all she wants for now. The guy furiously vows in his head that she won't be laughing for long, as she'll be gone before the week is out. The scene suddenly shifts, featuring the crinkling sound of a plastic bag being carried down a quiet street. Hyun walks alone through the night, carrying his groceries until he notices something sketchy happening up ahead. He spots his neighbor Sue being harassed by a pushy coworker who is demanding to go up to her apartment. The man inappropriately grabs the young woman's shoulder, forcing an unwanted invitation despite her clear refusal. The Prota steps up and asks if everything is okay, giving the neighbor an instant wave of relief with his intervention. She hesitates, worried about the trouble and office gossip her annoying manager might stir up tomorrow. The harasser asks who he is, and Hyun finally learns that his friendly neighbor's name is Soo. The guy calmly states he is just her neighbor, and the man tells him to mind his business and buzz off right now. The prota accepts the request with a calm look and turns to walk away, pretending he won't get involved. The creep mocks him, calling him a total idiot as Hyun slowly continues walking away. Hearing the insult, the prota stops dead in his tracks and turns back with a cold, terrifying glare aimed straight at him. He walks back with an intimidating presence and steps right up to the pushy creep, who now swallows hard in fear. Hyun warns him that by throwing an insult, the situation has now become a matter of his personal concern as well. With a dark glare, he delivers an ultimatum for the guy to get lost unless he wants to face severe consequences. Intimidated, the man speeds off in his car, and Soo thanks her neighbor, who says he only stepped in because he was provoked. The two walk together, and the prota introduces himself as Hyun while she shares her full name. They step into the elevator, and the young man presses the third floor button to ride up to their apartments. Soo mentions seeing his girlfriend in the elevator the other day, leaving the young man confused by the statement. Hyun recalls his partner Sami holding a can of beer and realizes his jealous neighbor's misunderstanding. He quickly clarifies that the young woman is just a coworker and that there is zero romantic relationship between them. Hearing the explanation straight from him, the neighbor smiles with relief, visibly happier with the direct answer. They bid each other farewell in the hallway, wishing one another a good night's rest before stepping into their respective homes. Safe inside his place, the prota steps out of the shower, drying his hair with a towel and letting out a relaxed sigh. He fixes himself a piping hot bowl of ramen paired with rice balls, enjoying a peaceful dinner at his table. Lounging comfortably in bed, Hyun takes advantage of his downtime to casually scroll through his phone. Suddenly, he hears a knock at his door and gets curious about who could possibly be visiting at this hour. The guy asks who is on the other side, and his neighbor Soo timidly responds, saying it's the girl next door. The moment Hyun opens his apartment door, he finds his neighbor standing right there in front of him. Soo holds up a plastic bag full of drinks and sweetly invites him over to grab a beer. The prota is completely caught off guard by the unexpected late night invite and hesitates for a second. The neighbor gives a shy smile, lightly swaying the plastic bag while eagerly waiting for his answer. Hyun briefly considers turning down the offer to avoid complications regarding his identity, but he changes his mind upon seeing the cute look and hopeful expression his neighbor is giving him. The young man suggests going over to Soo's apartment instead, claiming his place is a bit messy at the moment. She excitedly agrees and asks him to come over in 5 minutes, to which Hyun readily consents. Soo rushes back into her apartment, locks the door, letting out an extremely anxious sigh. The young woman is ecstatic, thinking she threw out a casual invite, and her neighbor accepted right away. She starts frantically tidying up, cleaning her place in record time to host her special guest. A moment later, the young man stands outside her door, fully aware that his killer instincts would tell him to avoid risks. Hyun knocks on the door, recognizing that in his past life, he would never have left an opening for such a silly risk. His neighbor opens the door with a lovely smile, and he decides that in this new life, he just wants to live like a regular guy. Once settled in her room, the two share drinks, and Hyun compliments the simple snack she put together. Soo explains she wanted to express her gratitude for his help earlier, while secretly planning a way to charm him. The girl fondly remarks that she feels he has changed quite a bit, and Hyun plays along with casual composure. She confesses she feels his personality and overall vibe seem completely different from how he used to be. The prota simply offers a mysterious look, noting that indeed a lot of significant things have happened recently. He silently recalls the tragic moment when his original body met its violent end. Hyun remembers being gunned down in the past, before reincarnating into his current host body, which had also passed away. The prota reflects on all the mysterious energy and powers he ended up inheriting with this second chance at life. Even after facing so many dangerous battles, he kept moving forward without time to look back or even hesitate. The young man remembers locking all his focus onto building his new company through sheer grit and strategy. Jae-soo catches his silence and warmly says that even though she doesn't know the details, she wants to help him unwind. She asks with a radiant smile for him to forget his troubles for a bit and just enjoy the night with her. He listens silently with a serene look, raising his beer can to accept his neighbor's warmth. The two happily clink their beer cans, sealing that moment of peace and relaxation between them. The night rolls on quietly as empty cans start piling up on the floor of the cozy bedroom. Feeling more relaxed, she decides to ask if that attractive woman from before is truly just a work friend. He almost slip-ups with her old name, but corrects himself to Sami, laughing as he assures her that Somi acts just like one of the guys inside. Jae-soo leans in closer with a chuckle and teases that every guy friend always uses that exact same line. She gazes at him closely with narrowed eyes and playfully whispers about what the real truth might be. Out of nowhere, she gently rests her head on Jae-hyun's shoulder, leaving the prota completely stunned. The young man looks at her in confusion, only to realize with surprise that she simply drifted off to sleep out of nowhere. Jae-hyun gazes at her sleeping so peacefully right next to his face, feeling his cheeks warm up slightly at the sight. The sun slowly begins to rise on the horizon, with birds chirping to announce the arrival of a bright new morning. The phone alarm goes off punctually at 6 in the morning, making Jae-soo startle awake. She gets up confused from her own bed, anxiously asking herself what could have happened the night before. The girl realizes her neighbors simply tucked her gently into bed and covered her with a blanket before leaving. The loud rush of the shower water echoes through the bathroom as the young woman lets out a long, thoughtful sigh. Under the warm shower spray, she smiles bashfully, admitting to herself that she likes his gentlemanly behavior even more now. Already dressed in her sharp work suit, Jae-soo opens her apartment door, ready to tackle the day ahead. She glances curiously toward her neighbor's door, wondering if the young man had already left early for the office. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun walks stylishly through the busy streets, sporting his usual tailored black suit. The young man recalls carrying his sleeping neighbor so carefully in his arms to tuck her into bed. He remembers handling her with delicate care while pulling up the blanket, making sure not to make a sound to avoid waking her. Jae-hyun reflects on acting rationally and keeping his instincts in check, opting to just let the girl sleep peacefully. Even so, the young man ended up pulling an all-nighter and is now heading to work super early. The guy suddenly glances down at his phone screen after receiving a notification, looking quite intrigued. Meanwhile, Sami is riding the subway peacefully while casually scrolling through her mobile phone. An unfamiliar, long-haired guy observes her from a distance while holding firmly onto the train handrails. The tracker thinks to himself that he heard rumors about her recently letting go of her personal chauffeur. He finds it amusing that such a wealthy and prominent heiress is using the city's public transit. Sami suddenly senses a heavy gaze locked onto her and raises her head, suspecting she is being watched. The hitman wonders if she picked up on his presence, but quickly brushes off the thought, deeming it impossible. The young woman lets out a faint smirk, signaling that she is already fully aware of the impending danger. Exceeding the subway station, the girl begins heading up the stairs, naturally picking up her pace without losing her composure. The long-haired individual follows closely behind, maintaining his distance while tracking her up the steps. He quickens his stride through the crowd, determined not to lose sight of the girl near the station exit. Suddenly, the stalker loses Somi's trail and stops dead in his tracks, looking around in utter confusion. He frantically searches for the young woman, unable to fathom how she managed to vanish from sight so quickly. The guy finally catches a glimpse of Somi's silhouette cutting around a corner and sprints so she doesn't slip away. The pursuer gets frustrated, realizing her walking speed is absurdly fast for an average person. He breaks into a full-on sprint down the sidewalk, desperately trying to close the gap between them at all costs. Suddenly, the assassin realizes he walked straight into a trap, his eyes widening in complete shock. Salmi pops up right in front of him and asks with a smirk if he really came all this way to try and take her down. With total cheek, she challenges him to go ahead and attack her right then and there, showing zero fear. The girl points toward his bag, signaling that she knows full well what he is hiding inside it. The stalker realizes in an instant that this young woman is definitely not just some helpless rich Harris. He slams his heavy backpack onto the ground, accepting the head on confrontation since he was exposed so easily. The man lunges rapidly toward the girl, throwing a fast strike to try and wrap things up quickly. He slashes wildly through the air, trying to hit the young woman, who dodges every swing with total ease. Somi slips past every dangerous strike, showcasing mind, blowing agility against her attacker. The attacker stands frozen in shock, realizing her dodges are insanely precise and calculated. The man keeps pressing the attack, but notices the young woman moves with incredible fluidity and technical precision. He finds himself hypnotized by the sheer beauty and flawlessness with which Somi pulls off every single evade. The girl's graceful movement leaves her opponent mesmerized, even right in the middle of a deadly duel. Somi capitalizes on an opening in his guard and lands a targeted strike to disarm her opponent. The impact sends one of the attacker's weapons flying, leaving him irritated by the unexpected setback. The man shakes his head to regain his focus, knowing he can't afford to get distracted by his target's looks. He locks back onto his ultimate objective, reminding himself that the girl is merely his hit assignment. The hitman drastically ramps up the speed of his strikes, attempting to corner Somi once and for all. The young woman realizes that while the swings look desperate, his attacks are insanely dangerous. She notices his accuracy is far sharper and that he operates on a completely different level than her previous foes. A blade slash grazes dangerously close to Somi's face, yet she keeps her cool in the face of the sharp edge. One of the swings manages to tear through Somi's clothing, causing her to let out a faint grunt of frustration. The girl takes a step back, visibly annoyed for allowing her opponent to make contact during the fight. Realizing the situation could get messy, she quickly formulates a fresh strategy to win the bout. The weapon sitting on the stone ground catches her eye, and she sees it as the ultimate opening to counterattack. Executing a fast acrobatic move, she drops low to the ground to seize back the initiative. Somi extends her arm and successfully wields the curved knife with extreme skill, catching her opponent off guard. The man's eyes pop open as he realizes his own weapon is now in Somi's incredibly lethal hands. She gives a victorious smirk, informing him that she's borrowing the knife, since he clearly didn't know how to use it right. The assassin grinds his teeth in pure rage over being disarmed and humiliated so easily by the girl. He draws a secondary weapon and charges back at her with even greater fury, desperate to regain his edge. The two blades clash violently, throwing sparks into the air as both fighters lock forces in a deadly battle. Somi laments in her head that if she were in her original body, she could easily block that blade with just one hand. The brawl continues at a frantic pace, featuring a lightning, fast slash that cuts through the air, leaving a sharp blue streak behind. The attacker realizes it's insanely tough to rely purely on his physical strength against this opponent. Hyun finally arrives at the scene of the fight and observes the showdown from a distance, knowing he timed it perfectly. Without wasting a second, the Prota lunges into the battlefield at breakneck speed to step into the fight. With an insanely powerful flying kick, he connects directly with the enemy, blasting the guy backward. Stumbling back, the man tries to recover from the surprise strike, asking in terror who this new challenger could be. Hyun charges with full momentum and delivers a brutal punch straight to the assassin's face, leaving him zero room to react. The Prota keeps laying into the enemy with a devastating combination of fast, heavy strikes right in the alleyway. The attacker is completely overwhelmed and ends up crashing to the ground, soundly beaten by Hyun's insane strength. Somi remarks that she only dropped her location as a safety measure and teases that he decided to start work super early today. He scratches his head, feeling a bit awkward, explaining he found the timing of her text sketchy and came to check it out. The opponent struggles to push himself up, in utter disbelief over failing to react to Hyun strikes. With a stern, focused gaze, the hitman begins to properly analyze the duo of fighters standing before him. He gets thoroughly irritated seeing the two of them casually chatting away, even after he dragged himself back up. Wanting to test if that's pure arrogance or true confidence, the man charges toward the partners once more. Hyun's eyes glow a deep, vivid red, signaling that he is ready to wrap this whole thing up. With effortless ease, the prota blocks the opponent's rapid charge using his combat knife. The young man pulls off a swift counter maneuver, shocking the assassin with his unreal speed. He delivers a precise slash to disarm the rival, bringing the duel to an absolute, masterful close. The attacker lets out a scream of pain as the clean strike lands, leaving him completely subdued in the alley. Hyun presses the blade flat against the opponent's neck and coldly demands to know who ordered the hit. The man admits that their attitude was indeed genuine confidence, while the young man quietly waits for an answer. He confirms he was sent by a rival crew and confesses totally underestimated the wealthy Harris's fighting power. Meanwhile, Sami bends down to scoop her knife off the ground, agreeing that now the guy gets that she can handle herself. The attacker adds that she is insanely lucky to have such a powerful, cold-blooded warrior backing her up. Quite unexpectedly, the man inquisitively asks if the two partners are actually a couple. The young man shuts down the claim instantly and firmly, leaving the assassin stunned by the blunt response. The captive asks to skip the small talk and tells them to just finish him off, but Sami cuts him off fast. The young woman shocks everyone by asking if the attacker has any interest in coming to work for them instead. She admits she genuinely wants to recruit him, acknowledging that failing a hit job and getting hired right after is pretty wild. The girl flashes a confident smile while the assassin agrees that the offer is indeed incredibly unusual. Sami asks why he is even with that other crew, and he confesses he is only in it for the cash and nothing else. He makes it clear he has zero loyalty or fondness for the rival company, emphasizing that it's strictly business. The vice president suggests letting him walk right then and there so he can properly sleep on her offer. He questions what she would do if he decided to just come back later to try and take her life again. With a radiant smile, Sami calmly answers that she'll simply take his answer whenever that happens. The long-haired man accepts the temporary truce and asks the prota to let him go without further trouble. He gathers his gear and starts walking back down the alley as the girl yells out for him to give it some real thought. Hyun questions her call, and she playfully tells him to stick real close to her if he's so worried. The man walks alone through the bustling city, slinging his green backpack over his shoulders, deep in thought. He fondly recalls Sami's striking, radiant smile and thinks to himself that she is an insanely stunning woman. The attacker offers a subtle smile, deciding that if he wants to see that beautiful face again, he'll have to go back to target her. The scene changes to reveal the company's grand entrance, with its golden logo gleaming off the glass panels. A lineup of employees dressed in sharp black suits waits patiently in the office reception area. Sami looks over the group of guys wearing glasses with a puzzled look, wondering where all these people came from. The new hires are instantly mesmerized by the vice president's beauty, feeling a wave of instant loyalty. It turns out to be a top-tier team made up of 2 talented artists and 2 senior software developers. Sami outlines the ground rules and asks everyone to trust and follow the guidance of their team lead. With a warm smile, the young woman welcomes everyone aboard and motivates them to bring their best to the company. The new hires get super pumped, promising to give their heart and soul to the company, following her smile. Sami thinks it would be fantastic if she could bring that dangerous hitman onto her team real soon. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to the rival organization's imposing building under a clear late afternoon sky. The rival director is in total disbelief upon learning that his top hitman failed his assignment to eliminate a girl. Choi Nak-sung simply bows his head, offering a sincere apology for his unexpected mission failure. Office Chief Choi yells in frustration, shouting that a simple apology isn't going to fix anything. He keeps belittling the hitman, saying that his title as the top blade is a joke with that level of performance. Nak-sung glares at the office chief with a dark expression, a terrifying red glint flashing in his eyes. The chief stutters nervously, asking if the hitman seriously thinks he can pull something right there in the office. He tries to hold on to his authoritative posture, claiming the subordinate wouldn't dare attack him in that space. The director steps into the argument, holding up a hand and ordering the office chief to zip it immediately. The top boss demands a detailed breakdown of what actually went down to cause the mission to fail. Nak-sung reveals that the Harris is a very capable fighter and that she was guarded by an insanely strong enforcer. The director realizes the job was far more complex than he anticipated and that the terms offered made sense. He suggests drawing up a new game plan, but the hitman cuts him off in a very firm and direct manner. The hitman asserts with sheer determination that he will head back there to finish the job personally once and for all. The director lets out a sarcastic smirk, picking up that the warrior's pride was deeply wounded in the fight. He green-lights another attempt, telling the young man to go prove his true capabilities once and for all. The hitman thinks of Somi's image, acknowledging that what he truly wants to prove now is the feeling in his heart. A short while later, the director calls Office Chief Choi into his office for a very serious sit-down. He explains that the hitman remains in a low-level rank simply because he holds zero attachments or interest in the company. The director stresses that a man who has nothing to lose in life is always the most dangerous type to handle. He warns that if the warrior ever got pushed over the edge by the chief, he would take him down on the spot without thinking twice before walking out. The director tells the man to drop the arrogance and remember he recently got taken down hard by another superior. Choi points out that they need to report the failure to the client, and the director sighs, annoyed by the bureaucracy. Director Joe considers whether he should act like a man with no attachments himself to handle this annoying situation. The messenger sent by Ju vents about the latest failure, angrily asking if they are even real professionals. Director Joe calmly stands up from his chair and steps toward the guy with a menacing look. Without a single warning, he delivers a brutal slap right across the arrogant messenger's face. He grabs the man by his collar, intimidatingly asking if he looks like a real criminal to him now. The director lands another hard slap, telling the henchman to stop acting like he's the one footing the bills. The beaten employee begs him to stop, while the director asks what would happen if he flat-out refused the job. The mobster says they would merely lose out on cash, but notes that something else very vital would also disappear in the process. With a twisted grin, he reveals that the sole reason keeping him from taking the henchman's life right now would vanish. He threatens to sink the employee where nobody would ever find him, and the guy stutters out a question about his boss. The director mocks him, telling him to give Han-ju a call to see if the boss would even care to save a henchman's life. He highlights that the client would view the whole thing as a nuisance and would actually prefer the henchman to just be gone. The director finally drops him onto the floor, warning that the chat is over and that the guy needs to pick his next move. The employee realizes that if they lose the account, the mobster will take his life and that Ju would never shield him from anything. The man bows down humiliated, begging for them to keep the job going, promising to speak very highly of him to his boss. The mobster takes the deal with a nasty grin, thoroughly pleased to have secured absolute control over the situation. Meanwhile, the hitman Nak-sung walks thoughtfully through the dense crowds along the bustling city streets. He walks with slow, purposeful strides, showing that he is entirely locked in on settling his open business. The hitman gazes up at the reddish twilight sky with a deeply serious and reflective expression. Nightfall sets in over the massive, lit-up company building, signaling the end of another workday. In the office, Sami invites Jae out for dinner, teasing that he's only hanging around because he's worried about her. The young man plays it off, claiming he isn't worried and simply tells the girl to hurry up and pick their dinner menu. The duo decides to head to a 24-hour fast food joint located right in the city center. While eating her burger, the suit-wearing girl asks her partner what he thinks the hitman will do next. She clarifies that she's referring to the guy who tried to take her out earlier, leaving Jae-hyun lost in thought. Jae-hyun speculates that the opponent will wait for them to drop their guard before launching a sneaky surprise strike later on. He considers that the hitman could even use a long-range sniper rifle or a car bomb if he decides to go all out. Sami points out that sourcing high-caliber gear like that in this country would be insanely tough, and Jae-hyun agrees with the point. Mid-conversation, the young man's eyes suddenly shift toward the fast food entrance upon catching something odd. He points his finger toward the doorway, drawing Somi's attention to the unexpected visitor who just stepped inside. To the absolute shock of both, the long-haired hitman himself is seen standing right there at the entrance. Jae-hyun realizes with surprise that his theory about the man acting stealthily was completely off the mark. The injured hitman slowly walks toward their table, drawing curious glances from everyone in the room. The two business partners stare at their opponent with absolute seriousness, baffled by his bold approach. The young man asks himself in his head if the enemy is truly crazy enough to confront them head-on again. Jae-hyun thinks to himself in frustration that he never imagined the hitman would be reckless enough to just show up like this. The opponent comes to a stop right in front of Sami, who stares back at him with a confused and utterly impatient look. The mysterious fighter silently looks at the young woman with a peaceful expression that carries zero aggression. Annoyed by the guy's silence, the vice president bluntly asks what on earth he thinks he's doing there. The hitman takes a comfortable seat right next to Jae-hyun, leaving the prota stunned by his sheer audacity. The man explains he came to confirm something, adding that seeing her in person once more just validated everything. Blushing lightly, he confesses that he fell for her, which is why he can no longer carry out his assignment. Sami's eyes open wide in total horror and disbelief over the opponent's sudden declaration of love. Jae-hyun bursts out laughing at the bizarre situation, leaving the girl even more annoyed by his mockery. She tries to keep her composure and quickly explains that there is zero chance she could return his feelings. The hitman asks if the guy sitting next to her is her boyfriend, but Somi instantly clarifies that she is completely single. She holds her head in frustration, shouting that she simply cannot accept feelings coming from a hitman. The man counters that he doesn't care about getting turned down, as long as he gets to stay by her side. He decides to accept her previous invite to come work for her company, stunning the prota with the move. The young woman lets out a defeated sigh, thinking that onboarding a criminal could end up being insanely problematic. Jae-hyun shakes his hand, sealing the deal and letting him know that as director, he authorizes his start date for next week. The prota gives a thumbs up paired with a sly smile, thrilled to have scored such a powerful enforcer for free. He celebrates that things are panning out perfectly, while the girl glares at him with crossed arms and a pouting face. The next day, the rival director wakes up in his office and stands totally floored upon receiving an unbelievable update. His subordinate reports that the hitman Nak-song suddenly put in his resignation, leaving the boss storming mad in the room. All of a sudden, his phone starts ringing off the hook, further angering the director, who answers while grumbling. He nearly leaps out of his skin upon seeing on the screen that the person calling is none other than the group's chairman. The mobster jumps up, knocking his chair over from the shock, and promises over the line that he will head upstairs for the meeting right away. The director swallows hard, feeling a cold sweat drip down his face, given the immense danger he is now facing. He steps into the grand executive suite, maintaining a deeply bowed and respectful posture before his leader. The imposing chairman Seo-hang man calmly handles his vitamin bottle without paying much mind to the visitor. The leader pours a few green pills into his palm, exuding a stillness that conceals his extreme ruthlessness. He takes his vitamins and coldly remarks that he hasn't missed taking his meds lately. The chairman lifts the small bottle of pills, displaying total focus on the item right before the rival's anxious eyes. He offers a few pills to the subordinate, who shakily accepts, thanking him for the gesture with a forced smile. The chairman intimidatingly asks how he managed to allow the organization's top blade to simply walk out and quit. Sweating bullets, the director tries to defend himself, arguing he was also caught completely off guard by the sudden resignation. The chairman flashes a terrifying smile, warning that he was also extremely displeased with what went down. The director feels a horrific chill run down his spine as he realizes the true severity of that tense situation. The leader reveals he only allowed him to take out internal rivals because it brought in financial perks. He slams the pill bottle onto the desk with force, making it crystal clear he will not tolerate any hit to profits. The chairman mentions he liked the fact that he has expanded operations on his own and brought in serious cash for the group. The subordinate stutters in a panic, desperately trying to construct a solid excuse to cool down his leader's relentless wrath. With his face shrouded in a dark shadow, the chairman vows he won't turn a blind eye to a loss of this scale. The director pleads, promising he will fix the mess no matter what, but the chairman shuts him down with total authority. The faction chairman coldly orders his subordinate to abandon that failed operation immediately. Director Joe squeezes his hands tightly together as he listens to his leader state that his efforts are appreciated. The chairman stresses that it is equally vital to know the exact moment to walk away from a losing hand. He tells Director Joe to take the loss, and the subordinate thanks him for the harsh lesson, swallowing his massive pride. Out of nowhere, knocks at the door cut through the tense atmosphere, and a voice requests the chairman's permission to step inside. The chairman grants entry to Director Park, leaving the subordinate Joe deeply shocked by his rival's arrival. Internal rival Park Tae. Min enters the room with a completely stern look and a highly confident stride. Joe picks up on the fact that the leader called him in to openly show that he is now backing his biggest internal adversary. The chairman orders Joe to excuse himself from the room right away, and he offers a deep bow before stepping out. Director Joe walks right past his rival, holding back the burning rage of having lost his boss's backing. Park steps up and whispers a confidential update into the chairman's ear, who listens intently and offers a faint nod. Joe glances back at the scene before crossing the threshold, feeling immense suspicion regarding his rival's scheme. He walks down the hallway thinking furiously that the boss tossed him aside at the very first slip up, as if he was just waiting for it. Joe wonders if he was merely used to wipe out the opposing crew, thinking Bang Man G would get a huge kick out of his state. Meanwhile, the big guy Bang Man G bursts out laughing inside a bar, finding that whole turn of events wildly entertaining. He remarks to Jay Hyen that the hitman sent to take out the vice president ended up joining their crew instead. Jay Hyen asks if that's why he called him out, and his partner says he wanted a genuine take on the new recruit. He assures him that the long-haired guy is a legendary operative and will be a massive asset for the company in the upcoming clash. The Prota asks if he is the rival crew's top fighter, and his friend clarifies that he is simply the pinnacle among their hitmen. Man explains that the high-ranking leaders of the rival faction rose up the ladder because they possess top-tier martial arts skills. Jay Hyen asks if they'll be okay going head-to-head with those powerhouse leaders in the massive battle on the horizon. The big guy places full trust in their boss and jokes, telling his friend to drop the formal talk outside of office hours. He takes a sip of beer and reassures him that the main focus right now should be on the low-level thugs trying to mess with the company. Jay Hyen agrees, asserting that a well-placed surgical strike will be more than enough to throw the enemies off balance. He raises his beer mug, proposing that the two of them use the weekend to recharge their energy properly. The two partners happily clink their glasses, resolved to give it everything they've got in the massive offensive next week. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight covers the whole city, uncovering a secret report regarding Sami's security detail. Hairhand Ju sick listens as his employee reads that the blame for the failure lies on the client for leaving out key details. The employee reveals that the rival crew decided to void the contract and pull out from the job for good. To the messenger's surprise, the young executive simply accepts the news calmly, staring out at the city lights. The subordinate finds his boss's peaceful reaction strange, since he fully expected him to fly off the handle over the update. The boss tells the employee to head home, rest up, and enjoy the weekend without worrying about a thing. He offers a quick bow and exits the room, while Ju Suk keeps his back turned, staring at the horizon through the huge window. Later on, the scene shows the subway train cutting through the night dark, heading back to the city's residential areas. The employee rides along deep in thought, finding the hare's calm demeanor super sketchy, as if he had already given up. He feels relieved for not getting chewed out, but remains intrigued by the mystery as he gazes at the buildings at night. The guy recalls the assault he suffered earlier and wonders if the other faction's director orchestrated the whole thing from the start. He keys in his passcode on his apartment door, ready to finally relax after an exhausting day. The man steps into the place, which is pitch black, failing to notice a mysterious figure lurking right behind the wall. He pulls out his phone to pick tonight's dinner menu, completely clueless about the terrifying danger standing by. The guy vents about living solo, thinking it would be awesome to have someone at home waiting for him after work. In the apartment's dim light, a person wearing blue gloves readies a red rope to launch an ambush. The intruder steps out of the shadows, looping the cord around the victim's neck while chillingly whispering about his loneliness. The employee lets out a desperate groan of pain as he is caught completely off guard and begins getting choked in the dark. A muffled sound of a struggle echoes through the apartment as the victim desperately tries to break free from the fatal attack. The force applied to his neck is relentless, and the guy begins losing his strength, slowly suffocating right there. The man thrashes frantically on the living room floor in a useless attempt to save his life from the cold-blooded killer. His movements grow progressively weaker and slower until his body finally stops moving altogether. The guy releases his final breath, and the intruder coldly removes the red cord from his neck. The hitman kneels beside the lifeless body and starts going through the victim's backpack searching for something crucial. A man wearing blue gloves carefully adjusts the knot on a red cord before making his move. The building hallway is dead silent right outside an apartment door. The man wearing a hat slowly enters the dark space and spots a hanging silhouette in the background. Walking down the streets at night, he makes a call to report that the hit has been wrapped up. He informs them over the phone that with this job done, the previous debt is officially cleared. A suit-wearing employee relays the message, stating that the hit was executed and the debt settled. The executive silently agrees and dismisses the worker while pouring himself a drink. He thinks to himself that the previous incompetent guy ruined everything, and that taking a life is actually pretty simple. He finds himself puzzled, wondering why taking down a single girl is proving to be so tough. He considers whether the girl was already on to everything and brought an elite bodyguard for protection. He chooses to hit pause on the attacks for a bit to better run background checks on young Hanso, Mai's every move. On Monday morning, the setting transitions to the lively entrance of BB Company. Black Joom walks across the room, stepping up to his new work partner. Joom hands a piping hot coffee to his teammate, who thanks him for the kind gesture. The two sip their drinks in silence while taking in the view out the window. Joom takes another thoughtful sip and decides to break the ice with his colleague. He thinks to himself that the man used to be one of Seodwong's top hitmen and must have been insanely confident. Joom mentions he heard from the bosses about the arrival of their new team member, Choi Nak-sung. The partner calmly responds, confirming he was already aware of the new member's onboarding. Joom proudly introduces himself as managing director, holding a rank second only to the vice president. The colleague thinks with surprise that this guy must possess incredible combat skills. The young man observes Joom with immense respect, imagining just how formidable he must be. Shortly after, everyone gathers in the conference room to kick off the official strategy meeting. Bang Man G takes the floor, announcing that today they are taking over one of the rivals' smaller setups. He reveals to the team that their very first target will be Sangman Trading. Meanwhile, the owner of Sangman Trading is laughing over the phone inside his office. The man wraps up the call without the slightest clue of the danger closing in on his office. Heavy knocks on the door draw the attention of the men inside the room. One of the henchmen gets up to answer the door, asking if someone ordered food delivery. He turns the door knob, assuming it's just some random food runner. Out of nowhere, the door gets kicked down with a brutal burst of force, launching the guy backward. Bang, man. G steps into the space with an authoritative vibe, leaving the criminals thoroughly startled. The boss recognizes the guest and complains, saying he already sent over this month's payment. Bang firmly informs him that he no longer works for Xiaoguang and that they'll be switching sides too. Hein declares that effective today, the business now belongs to the BB Group. The criminal boss lets out a mocking laugh, asking who on earth he thinks he is. The young man introduces himself with heavy presence as Jin Jae Hyun, CEO of BB Company. The man scratches his head with a laugh, asking if he plans on taking the company through brute force. Ion calmly answers that his true objective is to dismantle Xiaoguang itself. One of the thugs gets up furious, cursing at the young man for having such nerve. The man charges madly at Hyun, throwing a direct strike straight at him. Hyun masterfully slips the strike and blocks the attack with total ease. The attacker drops, defeated to the floor, while Hein warns that he's taking down everyone in the room. He challenges every criminal there to step up, showing zero fear over being outnumbered. Outside the building, the sounds of a heavy brawl echo down the quiet street. Meanwhile, the other 3 team members wait casually out on the sidewalk. Tai asks if it was really a good idea to let just those 2 go up by themselves. Somi stretches unbothered, noting that the space inside was probably way too tight anyway. She flashes a confident smile, reminding her teammate that their turn to step in will come real soon. Inside the office, Hein lands a devastating kick right to his opponent's face in the room. Bang man. G connects with a heavy punch to the jaw of one of the thugs in the room. The attacker crashes to the floor in extreme pain after getting hit by the devastating blow. Even while down, the man sneaks out his phone to send out a quick distress text. Outside, the shouts of incoming backup echo, demanding everyone hurry up to help out. A huge wave of armed thugs comes rushing in, attempting to defend the invaded office. Salmi watches the approaching enemies and remarks with a smile that she fully saw this coming. Tae cracks his knuckles hyped up, announcing that it's time for them to jump into the action. The blonde gets set to fight, but notices the new recruit remains completely frozen beside him. Tae glares at Nak, Song thoughtfully, unable to understand the cause of such a calm gaze. He turns his back, starting to grow suspicious of his new partner's true motives. The blonde gets nervous, thinking the ex-hitman wants to test his real combat abilities. Left with no alternative, Tae charges solo against the approaching wave of criminals. A thug attempts to attack him using a golf club, yelling in frustration at him. Tae dodges effortlessly and lands a clean punch straight to the first attacker's face. Other men armed with wooden planks and iron bars jump into the fray. The attackers pause for a moment, urging their buddies to rush the hit. Tae doesn't wait for the rivals to strike, lunging directly at them with insane agility. A guy with a ponytail swings a wooden stick, trying to bring the blonde down. The young man ducks quickly, making the enemy's weapon cut uselessly through thin air. Right after, he slips past a violent charge from the big guy coming up right behind. Channeling all his power, the young man gears up a massive counter strike against the duo. Delivering sharp, insanely precise strikes, he hits both opponents simultaneously. The criminals fall defeated to the floor, completely unable to match his speed. Tae smirks with confidence after knocking out the rivals, as more thugs come sprinting past. The blonde's eyes suddenly go wide as he catches Salmi moving at lightning speed. Salmi surges forward with an epic kick that blasts the final attacker straight onto the ground. She playfully praises Tae's performance while looking over the fallen bodies. Tae crosses his arms proudly, claiming he was merely setting a great example. Salmi catches on that he was trying to show off for the new recruit and decides to play along. The young woman advises Nak, Seung to take notes from the director, and the ex-hitman silently agrees. Sami smiles, satisfied with the moment, and shifts the conversation toward the building ahead. She remarks that the top floor of the setup must be almost entirely cleared out by now. Inside the room, every thug present is already laid out cold across the floor. The boss of the rival business clenches his fist with everything he's got, trying to throw one final attack. Hein quickly slips the swing, noting that the enemy boss is surprisingly fast. The man keeps attacking relentlessly, displaying tons of street fighting experience. Bang Man, Ji tracks the fight closely, admitting that the rival leader is way tougher than the rest. The director acknowledges that regardless of the group's size, a CEO always holds real value. Bang considers stepping into the brawl to wrap things up faster and guarantee the win. However, he chooses to let the two CEOs settle it in a direct 1v1 duel. Hein amps up the combat pace and delivers a rapid-fire sequence of strikes. The impact lands clean on the criminal leader's face, making him lose his balance from the hit. With a spectacular flying kick, Hein sends the enemy boss crashing straight to the floor. Bang adjusts his glasses with a smile, knowing that after this loss, the rival will accept the terms. Shortly after, Boss Kim orders all his men to clear out of the room. Kim asks if the guy with glasses next to the young man shouldn't also leave the meeting. Hein calmly clarifies that Bang is one of the official directors of the new company. The man sarcastically remarks on Bang's promotion, asking if leaving a bigger syndicate was actually worth it. Hein firmly assures him that it was, declaring that their plan is to swallow Sagwang whole. Blown away by the young man's nerve, Kim asks what exactly they are planning to do. Hein points out that Xiaodwang does nothing but exploit its branches, squeezing them with outrageous fees. He explains that he wants to unite all the small setups to build a powerful alliance. Kim asks if that makes them rebels, trying to boot out the dominant faction. Ian offers a subtle smirk and responds that he actually views himself as a revolutionary. The rival boss lets out a surprised laugh upon hearing such a bold answer from the young man. He admits that on top of being insanely strong, the guy packs truly impressive ambition. Kim understands why Bang walked away from a massive organization to follow the Prota. Hein adjusts his suit jacket, deciding it's time to lock down that new agreement. He extends his hand, offering a formal partnership to his former enemy moving forward. Kim Sang-man shakes his hand, officially sealing the merger between the two businesses. And so, on Monday, the team successfully wraps up the acquisition of Sangman Trading. The next day rolls around quickly, bringing Tuesday's fresh challenges for the crew. The team presses forward without hesitation toward target number 2, Songsu Capital. The owner of the Lone Shark operation freaks out, seeing the intruders standing inside his office. All the local thugs are already defeated on the ground while Hein calmly walks past. Hein notes that it's strictly business, wrapping up yet another successful takeover. The fallen man recognizes Tai as the crew makes its way out of the office space. He mentions hearing rumors that Tai's old firm had gone under. Tai fires back with a smirk, saying it was simply bought out, just like his outfit today. T responds with a smile that nobody lost a thing, and that they actually joined forces. The blonde jokes that if you can't beat the best, you might as well join them right away. On Wednesday, the team heads straight for target number 3, Hodwong Manpower. The leader of that outfit sprints in total panic down the street, trying to escape the crew. Lim Ho Guang runs without looking back, completely clueless about who this BB company even is. Sami pops up out of nowhere along his path and demands the runner stop his dash immediately. The man attempts to charge right at her, but the girl dodges while flashing a cocky smirk. With a smooth maneuver, she makes the runner trip and completely lose his balance. The young woman stands up annoyed, cursing out the guy for charging in like a wild boar. She lets her partners know she's going after the runner to handle things personally. The man catches his breath in an alley, convinced he finally managed to shake everyone off. He celebrates being super fast, unaware of Hein leaping off the rooftop right behind him. Hein connects with a heavy strike, landing directly onto the caught-off guard runner. The loud thud of the attacker's crash echoes through the quiet street alley. The man gets back up with his face totally bruised up and bleeding badly. Jae-hyun invites the beaten guy to cooperate amicably with BB Company. After taking over another group, the runner comments on the wild rumors he heard yesterday. Sami snaps her fingers, surprised to see that word of mouth is spreading this fast. Bang adjusts his glasses with a smile, seeing that the team's reputation is growing rapidly. Jae-hyun agrees and decides to keep the momentum going without giving enemies any breathing room. On Thursday, the crew pulls up to Daejeol, demanding answers from their rivals. The glass window of the building gets shattered during the team's heavy entry. With the thuds laid out on the floor, Somi grabs a nameplate sitting on the office desk. She discovers with surprise that the owner's name wasn't actually Daejeol like the sign on the building. Tae steps closer, asking if that's going to cause any real issues with the contract. With another target secured, the scene shifts to a lit-up fast food joint late at night. All the team members gather at the restaurant to grab dinner and celebrate their progress. Jae-hyun quietly sips his soda, while Sami happily enjoys her meal. Eats his fries thoughtfully, observing the ex-hitman's quiet demeanor. Bangman, Ji observes the crew silently, picking up on everyone's visible exhaustion. He points out that the week's intense grind, everyone's super drained and tired. Bang explains that the fast pace of their takeovers caused rumors to spread like wildfire. The director plans to pay a visit tomorrow to someone crucial to capitalize on this moment. Tae listens closely, eager to find out who this key figure might be. On Friday, the team heads over to a massive industrial warehouse for the sit-down. Inside the facility, several suited thugs are already seen laid out on the floor. One of the criminals attempts a desperate attack, using a broken bottle. Jae-hyun moves at lightning speed, landing a clean kick that drops the attacker on the spot. The force launches the guy hard against the floor, leaving him zero chance to react. Shards of broken green glass lie scattered across the warehouse concrete. Another terrified thug brandishes a broken bottle, yelling at everyone to stay back. Bangman, Jae steps right toward the man, without displaying an ounce of fear. The guy swings wildly, trying to cut Bang with the jagged glass tip. With absolute ease, the director grabs the attacker's wrist right mid-swing. Bang twists the criminal's arm and slams him violently against the hard concrete. The glass bottle completely shatters from the intense impact of the takedown. Bang pins the man to the ground, securing the adversary's total surrender. He keeps the rival locked against the floor with total control and physical dominance. Bang lets go of the beaten man upon noticing someone very familiar approaching. The downed thug writhes in pain near the scattered glass shards. A sharp-looking figure steps out from the shadows, greeting Bang in a friendly manner. The director slowly turns around to face the man who just walked into the warehouse. The visitor, Songhan Cheol, proposes having a serious chat about recent events. Bang offers a subtle smirk and agrees, respectfully calling the veteran brother. Cheol notes that they hadn't seen each other since their old boss's funeral years ago. Bang asks about director Jang, who was a close friend of Han Cheol back in the day. Cheol laments that his late friend put his trust in the backstabbing leader of Seogwang. Bang goes silent, remembering how his former boss was betrayed and taken out in the past. Jae-hyun recalls the chat where Bang explained that exact connection from the past. Jae-hyun had asked why that distributor company was so vital to the overall plan. Bang explained that Cheol preferred to dissolve his crew rather than bow down to Seogwang. Bang admits he only fully understood that radical choice after witnessing his own boss's tragedy. Cheol disbanded his group specifically to protect the lives of his loyal crew members. Jae-hyun picked up on the fact that Cheol's former branches were still active in the area. Bang calculated that by winning over the veteran, all those branches would join them. Back at the warehouse, Cheol asks if they seriously intend to go head-to-head with Seogwang. Bang gestures to Jae-hyun, who formally introduces himself as the CEO of BB Company. The veteran stares at the young man, sarcastically remarking that he looks way too young. Hyun fires right back, noting that his experienced subordinates were just taken down. Cheol breaks into laughter, noting the kid packs a fiery temper and real personality. The veteran states he was the exact same way back in his day and asks why he should switch sides. He explains he couldn't gamble his crew's lives on a blind fight. Bang quietly takes in the old veteran's words, understanding his pain. Han Chiel admits he still hates Xiaoguang and would love to join their plan. However, he considers that he can't make a reckless call with other people's lives on the line. Right after, the veteran reaches into his jacket and pulls out a razor-sharp blade. Dropping into a combat stance, the man states he needs to test the young man first. Bang gets caught off guard by the drawn blade and makes a move to step into the duel. Hein holds up a hand, motioning for his director to stay out of the fight. Hein asks if the veteran will follow his orders if he proves his true strength. With a challenging look, the Prota motions with his hand, calling the rival into battle. Han Chiel lunges forward with knife in hand, ready to test the young man's skills in action. The veteran throws a rapid slash through the air, but Hein ducks smoothly, dodging it with ease. He keeps pressing with the blade while the young man moves light on his feet to slip the cuts. Han goes for another precise strike, while the Prota stays ice cold in the face of danger. The blade passes dangerously close to his face, yet the young man shows zero sign of fear. With an intensely focused gaze, the young man spots the ideal opening to end the duel for good. Hein moves in the blink of an eye, landing a clean hit that leaves the veteran groaning in pain. With a fast, surgical maneuver, the young man disarms his rival before he can even react. The force of the blow sends the veteran crashing back into some cardboard boxes in the warehouse. Even after getting hit, the man manages to catch his balance just in time to avoid hitting the floor completely. The veteran tries to swing the blade again, but the young man's leg is already flying at his face. Hein delivers a stunning flying kick that knocks the knife away, leaving the man stunned. The Prota lands with solid balance on the floor, while the rival's weapon drops further away. Han Chiel spits out a bit of blood, feeling the weight of the young man's immense strength. The blade slides across the concrete floor until coming to a complete stop. The veteran curses out of frustration over getting outmatched so quickly and humiliatingly. To the man's shock, Hein is already right in front of him, pressing the knife against his neck. The young man calmly asks if that display of strength was enough proof for him. Han Chiel grins in acceptance, responding that he's seen more than enough to be convinced. Bang steps up and hands over a handkerchief so his old comrade can wipe himself off. The man wipes the blood off his face, commenting it had been a long time since he fought for real like that. He sighs, admitting to himself that he wasn't as rusty as he had imagined. However, he acknowledges he's no match for someone living in the absolute prime of their physical conditioning. The veteran invites Hein to grab a drink and talk business in a more relaxed setting. Bang gets confused, asking where they were going to get drinks inside an isolated warehouse. Han Chiel laughs, reminding him that the warehouse is packed with bottles on all sides. Using the knife itself, he pops open the beer bottles to serve everyone present. The three men happily clink their bottles, sealing that fresh new business alliance. They sit down on plastic crates in the middle of the warehouse and begin drinking casually. Han Chiel grumbles lightly that because it's lukewarm, the drink lost a bit of its fizz. Hein takes a sip, thinking to himself that despite that, the beer still tastes pretty solid. The veteran switches topics, admitting that while the young man's fighting skills are insane, there's still something more. He asks what gave the young man the guts to take on a massive titan like Xiaoguang. Hein smiles and responds simply, saying he does it purely because of his personality. The young man adds that he has complete trust in the incredible team, backing him up and following his lead. Hein states he feels even more confident now that Han Chiel has chosen to join the crew. He asserts that a slightly rusty legendary sword is infinitely better than a regular iron bar. Han Chiel laughs in surprise, admitting that was the most creative compliment he's ever heard in his life. The two shake hands while the veteran jokes that the compliment sounded weird, but he still liked it. With that, they wrap up the takeover, absorbing 5 companies in rival territory in just one single week. The shockwave of this game-changing win begins spreading uncontrollably across the entire underworld. The scene transitions to a sunlit apartment building under the soft glow of of a fresh morning. Jae-hyun is seen sleeping peacefully in his bed, taking a well-earned rest. Suddenly, the young man twitches uncomfortably, gasping awake right in the middle of his sleep. He snaps his eyes open in surprise, as if he had just experienced a sudden awakening. The young man sits up in bed, reflecting on the fact that he just had an incredibly strange dream. He dreamed again about the mysterious kid who sold him the bracelet in the past. In the dream, the kid was walking ahead of him, asking where he was living nowadays. Jae-hyun answered that he was living in another country, far away from where he used to reside. The little boy was surprised by the answer and asked curiously what he was doing over there. Jae-hyun shared that he built a company to make it strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Union. As he walked, the little boy lost his balance slightly, almost tripping onto the ground. The boy claimed that wasn't a truly fresh start at life, and Jae-hyun asked why. The kid explained that he was merely continuing his old life instead of starting over from scratch. Jae-hyun noted he couldn't start over knowing the backstabbers who took his life were still walking free. The little boy suggested he simply pretend those enemies from his past didn't even exist. The kid pointed out those enemies weren't even nearby, since he was living in a whole different country now. The boy noted that if he didn't seek them out, it would be as if they didn't exist, but the young man told him to cut it out. The kid mocked him, saying nothing about dying and waking up in another body made any sense anyway. Jae-hyun silently agreed, thinking that random encounter really did feel like an absurd dream. The boy smiled, suggesting that maybe the whole thing was nothing more than a wild dream in his head. He implied that the story of the hitman betrayed by Union was just a dream inside Jae-hyun's mind. Jae-hyun was left deep in thought and confused, unable to make sense of the true meaning behind the kid's words. The boy told him to wake up, and Jae-hyun opened his eyes in bed, brushing off the nonsense from that dream. In the bathroom, the open faucet let cold water fill the sink so he could wash his face. Jae-hyun splashes cold water over his face, trying to shake off the tiredness and thoughts from that dream. As he dried his face with a towel, the young man remained intrigued, pondering the boy's words. He stares closely at himself in the bathroom mirror, locking eyes with his own reflection for a moment. The young man recalls the saying that punches feel slow in dreams and decides to test out his speed. He fires off an insanely fast and precise series of strikes into the bathroom air. Seeing his speed, he realizes he wasn't dreaming and finds it funny that he was even doing that. The young man decides to set those thoughts aside and starts getting ready to head to work soon. He calmly buttons up his dress shirt sleeves, prepping his formal work outfit. Next, the young man adjusts the knot on his black tie, ensuring his suit looks flawless. He buttons up his jacket, neatly straightening his formal wear for the new day ahead. Fully prepped, the prota rocks an insanely sharp and clean look in his suit. Checking the time on his phone, he notices he's hungry and decides to grab breakfast before work. He opens his apartment door and steps out into the hallway with steady, confident strides. In the hallway, he bumps into his sweet neighbor Ji-soo, who greets him with a lovely smile. The neighbor remarks that he seems super busy, and the young man confirms it's been a crazy hectic week. Intrigued by her comment, Jae-hyun asks how she was able to pick up on the fact that he was so busy. Ji-soo explains that they used to bump into each other often, so she pieced together his routine. The two exit the building as birds chirp from a utility pole under the clear morning sky. The guy teases his neighbor, asking if she was hoping to run into him again, adding that he's just joking around. Ji-soo pouts her face, pretending to be annoyed while firing back at her neighbor's joke. Jae-hyun simply offers her a soft smile, showing genuine calm in his eyes. The girl asks why he's staring so much, and he replies that it's just really nice bumping into her like this. She turns completely red at his words, asking if that's another one of his jokes. With solid steps, the young man responds seriously that he wasn't joking this time around. She speeds up her pace to catch up to him, and he laughs, explaining he picked up the speed because he's starving. The two arrive together at a famous 24-hour fast food joint. The tray on the table holds a hot cup of coffee and a tasty breakfast sandwich. Hein devours his sandwich enthusiastically, savoring every single bite of his morning meal. Watching the sight, Sue smiles and playfully remarks that he really must have been starving. The young man asks if she's going to be late, and his neighbor checks her phone, seeing she has plenty of time. The two keep chatting peacefully at the fast food table, enjoying each other's company. Sue takes a sip of her hot coffee, while looking warmly at the guy sitting across from her. Hyun watches her in silence, feeling a sense of peace and lightness he hadn't felt in a long time. The young man reflects in his mind on everything he's lived through and the words spoken in that dream. He thinks to himself that maybe the new life the dream kid mentioned is meant to be something just like this. Out of nowhere, the young man's phone starts ringing frantically inside his suit jacket pocket. Hyun answers the call and gets startled upon hearing the name Sogwang, promising to head over right away. He apologizes to his neighbor, explaining a work emergency popped up and he has to run. Sue offers an understanding smile, saying it's completely fine and that she also needs to head to work. The young man dashes off at top speed through the streets, focused on carrying out his current plans. He fixes in his mind that he can't stop as long as he knows his worst enemies are still walking around free out there. The story recalls that on the previous Friday, BB Company wrapped up the acquisition of the brewery. The following day, on a Saturday night, two men met up inside a very cozy restaurant. The golden liquid of the beer is carefully poured, filling the glass with foam right at the table. Song-han, Chil gets a kick out of having a drink poured by Bang, who apologizes for the delay. The veteran remarks that spotting a rival boss usually signals trouble brewing in business. Bang laughs, recalling the past when he was the official manager in charge of external crews. The veteran remembers how much Bang was feared by everyone while the two enjoy their food. Song-han, Chil asks why someone dedicated would leave the faction to team up with Hyun. The man locks eyes with his partner, asking if he's pulling all this off just to avenge his old boss. Bang adjusts his glasses and responds with a steady voice that his goal isn't personal revenge. He reveals that he kept grinding away at the rival crew because of a request made by his late boss. The former leader asked before passing away that Bang stay behind to protect that organization in his place. Song-han, Chil asks the reason behind the request, and Bang explains his leader simply wanted to see him survive. That's why he loyally obeyed the orders, proudly believing that the business belonged to him as well. But the directors never truly accepted him, tossing him aside and prompting the guy to walk out on his own. He admits he harbors deep resentment over being thrown away after years of blind loyalty. Bang reveals that not even that resentment is the main reason driving his actions right now. The veteran jokes about feeling sore, recalling how he got beaten up bad by Hyun during their first encounter. Bang explains he chose to follow Hyun because he felt that alongside him, he could live like he used to back in the day. The veteran grins understandingly, saying he totally gets the drive that pushed him to make a change. The veteran recalls the young man's drive to face massive rivals and his genuine care for the team. He highlights the unreal physical strength and impressive skills backing up that boldness. Song-han, Chil asserts that the guy possesses qualities of the old school bosses, bringing up a legendary figure. The man shares that Hyun brings to mind the legendary chairman Jeong, the only one who unified the entire underworld. The late chairman passed away in a sketchy accident set up by current leaders of rival crews. He shares that the chairman's young son was adopted in the United States many years ago. He considers that they are distinct people, but admits the leadership aura between the two is identical. The veteran wraps up with a laugh, saying Hyun really packs a special presence worthy of a great leader. The story cuts back to Monday morning, with the prota sprinting through the city streets. Over the phone, the young man demands to know what on earth happened to cause all this chaos. At the wheel, Bang reports he got an emergency call from the brewery owners super early. Early that morning, Bang was watching the news on TV covering a major traffic accident on the avenue. At that moment, the phone on the table started buzzing, revealing an incoming call from Song-han, Chil. Answering the phone, Bang hears the veteran warn that the warehouse was suddenly ambushed by the rival crew. The man reports the enemies seem to already know about the takeover, and Bang gets startled by the leak. Song-han, Chil laments being without his men on site while a hostile voice approaches the warehouse. The veteran asks Bang to head over to the location urgently before the line suddenly cuts out. In the present, Bang reports he rushed out by car the second the call was disconnected. However, traffic on the avenue is completely gridlocked, preventing the vehicle from moving forward. High notes he understands the severity of the issue, guaranteeing he'll reach the warehouse as soon as possible. Bang suggests rallying the rest of the company team, but the Prota shuts down the idea on the spot. Ion asserts with absolute firmness that he alone will be more than enough to handle everything. Stopping at a corner, the young man realizes it would be impossible to make it on time running on foot. With a sharp, focused look, he quickly scans the surroundings for a faster mode of transportation. The young man spots an electric scooter on the street and zooms off, accelerating to the max. Meanwhile, at the warehouse, Seogwang's enforcer confronts Song-han, Chil in an intimidating manner. The man notes that rumors regarding takeovers on faction businesses reached headquarters last week. He shares they found out about strange guys seizing control of the rival group's operations. The manager asks if those men were there, and Song-han, Chil calmly confirms it. The manager complains with a sigh about the mess, and Song-han, Chil gets intrigued by the comment. The man recalls the day he took a brutal beating from Hyun for acting arrogant. He holds his head, irritated as he remembers the humiliation and pain from the hits he took. The manager questions why Song-han, Chil didn't report the takeover to headquarters right away. The veteran stays dead silent, glaring at the guy with extreme coldness and calm. That the criminal loses his temper, furiously accusing him of betraying Seogwang to side with the rival. Song-han, Chil mocks the betrayal comment, showing total disdain for his accusation. The veteran slowly gets up, sarcastically asking if he somehow sent them a resume. He recalls that Seogwang took the area by force, and the guy counters, saying the strongest calls the shots. The mobster yells that he conquered everyone through violence, and that they bowed before such power. Song-han, Chil darky agrees, recalling that they were treated as nothing more than a colony. He sarcastically asks if any empire accuses a colony of treason when losing it to another power. The mobster stutters angrily, saying they should decide who the strongest crew in the city really is. Song-han, Chil calmly repeats that it was Seogwang's raw force that subdued them in the past. The manager and his thugs listen to the veteran's words, unsure of how to react. He explains that the new takeover crew used that exact same force to dominate them and take the company. He concludes that criticizing this shift destroys the very justification they used to boss them around. The veteran points at the guy, warning that instead of barking, he should go fight the rival. The man gets furious after getting schooled, complaining about the old man's nerve. Losing his cool, he grabs Song-han, Chil's collar, outraged by such a direct insult. At that moment, the thugs look back, startled upon hearing a loud noise approaching. The manager turns around, annoyed to see what is going on and interrupting his argument. His eyes open wide in absolute shock upon recognizing the person who just popped up there. Song-han, Chil lets out a relieved sigh for managing to stall the mobsters until his arrival. Hyun arrives at the location riding his electric scooter at high speed, heading straight for them. The young man parks the scooter in the corner of the warehouse with total calm and precise moves. Right after, steps forward with steady, sharp strides, wearing his flawless black work suit. The thug starts sweating cold out of sheer terror, wondering what that monster is doing back there again. Hyun adjusts his wind-ruffled hair while thinking about the enemy's fast response. The manager whispers an order, telling his men to attack in a group as soon as there's an opening. The man asks if the young man is hitting Seogwang on purpose, and Hyun confirms it right away. Visibly shaken by the direct answer, the criminal stutters, asking what the motive is. Hyun keeps walking forward, guard, dismissively asking why that even matters to him. The guy tries to play important, claiming that as an employee, he has the right to know. Hein questions the speed of his arrival, and the mobster explains that rumors spread fast. He reveals he received orders from headquarters to inspect the site, leaving Hein in thought. The young man considers if they moved too fast, noting the enemy reacted way earlier than expected. The Prota places his hand on his chin, reflecting on his next strategic move. The criminal catches the young man's distraction, and besides this is the opening he was waiting for. The thugs in the back draw sharp knives from inside their jackets, ready for the ambush. Everyone charges at once toward the Prota, trying to catch him completely off guard. Sensing the danger in the air, Hein looks up, picking up on the rivals' sneaky approach. The group of hitmen lunges at the young man with blades, raised to deliver the strike. With a surgical, flawless dodge, Hein makes the sharp blade miss by an inch in the air. He slips past the downward slash with incredible grace, sliding under the attack. Hein advances at high speed, dodging the thugs' attacks inside the warehouse. The attacker lets out a groan of pain upon taking a direct hit from the young man's devastating strike. With a heavy kick, the Prota launches another thug straight onto the concrete floor. Another criminal charges in with a sharp knife, trying to catch the young man from behind. Hein intercepts the attacker's arm midair, disarming the guy with extreme skill. The thug stands completely shocked, realizing he lost his weapon in the blink of an eye. The young man fires off a rapid sequence of punches, knocking out the opponent without hesitation. The attacker drops unconscious to the floor, his face badly beaten after the thrashing he took. Hein stands tall amidst the fallen bodies, holding the enemy's knife with a steady posture. The remaining thugs start trembling in terror, seeing all their comrades laid out cold. The manager yells furiously in the background, demanding his subordinates do something. Han mockingly notes the situation, saying the thugs take the hit while the coward boss hides. The manager glares at the veteran annoyed, refusing to accept the taunt and the joke about his cowardice. Before he can react, Chil lands a clean punch straight to the mobster's body. The criminal clutches his painful cheek, yelling out angry over the veteran's assault. Chil grabs the opening and connects a hard knee strike straight to the guy's gut. The man writhes in pain, nearly coughing up blood from the force of the impact. The veteran lands another kick, making the manager lose his balance and drop to his knees. Humiliated, the criminal stares up at the veteran from below, stuttering in terror at the situation. Chil steps closer, warning that guard dogs are usually vicious because of their owner. He adds with a dark glare, asking what happens to the dog when the owner falls. The manager swallows hard, realizing the fate of an abandoned henchman is tragic. The veteran points toward the center of the warehouse, telling the mobster to look at what happened there. The criminal looks in the indicated direction and opens his eyes wide, consumed by absolute shock. Hein has already taken down every single armed man, standing completely untouched in the warehouse. The young man sighs softly, wiping the knife clean while showcasing complete calm after the fight. The manager begins trembling in terror, realizing the young man's power is unmatched. Hein motions with the blade, calling the coward manager to step closer to him. The man walks over on shaky legs, stuttering as he asks what the young man wants from him. Hein recalls that they've already been through this exact surrender scenario before. The young man states that if he lets him go now, he'll just come back with more Xiaoguang men. Hein notes that the guy will keep bringing backup just to have them wiped out by him. The manager listens to the logic, unable to counter a single word spoken by the young man. Hein deduces that this time he would go straight to report the problem to the faction's big boss. The young man coldly declares that this back and forth process is annoying. Hein shocks the mobster by ordering him to call his boss for backup right on the spot. He tells him to warn the boss that if he doesn't come stop him right now, things will get way worse. With a terrifying red glow in his eyes, the young man guarantees the henchman himself will suffer. Terrified by the deadly threat, the manager accepts the order and readies himself to make the call. Chil approaches confused, asking why Hein is calling in more enemies. The veteran asks if the BB Company crew is on their way to help out in the major clash. Jae-hyun reveals he'll face everyone alone, leaving Song-han, Cheol completely stunned. The young man explains he'll take advantage of this perfect opening to put on a real demonstration. He smirks confidently, asserting he'll prove capable of taking down all of Seogwang by himself. Right after, he turns to the manager and demands action, telling him to make the call already. The man awkwardly fumbles inside his jacket to grab his phone as fast as possible. Jae-hyun asks who his current boss is, and the monster stops in his tracks, surprised by the question. The young man notes he probably doesn't know the person, telling the guy to call without wasting time. The manager dials the number, thinking strangely about the detail revealed in the young man's words. He questions himself intrigued how that kid knew Seogwang's leadership had changed. He lets out a confused sigh, choosing to follow orders and placing the call right after. The scene shifts to an imposing commercial building, gleaming under the clear city sky. In an office, a stream of hot water begins getting poured with care. The water hits the filter, slowly dripping fresh coffee for the executive. Go Jong-suk holds his mug, taking in the aroma of the fresh, brewed coffee in his office. He reflects on how he was rushed into a promotion right after Bang's sudden exit from the firm. While many view this position as a dead end, he sees it as a massive opportunity. He realizes headquarters doesn't even care about the cash collected from the small branches. That amount might be small change to headquarters, but to him, it represents a real fortune. He kicks his feet up on the desk, satisfied to manage this mountain of cash ignored by everyone. He thinks his predecessor was a useless fool, whereas he plans to leverage everything in his favor. His game plan is to skim as much cash as possible to buy off the high-ranking execs at the top. With that, he aims to lock down a spot in Seogwang's true core syndicate. Suddenly, the phone on the desk starts ringing, catching his attention immediately. He picks up the call, leaning back in his chair with a totally chill and relaxed vibe. The man's face drops in surprise as he hears a worried voice coming from the other end of the line. The subordinate on the other end tries to explain in a whisper that things went south real bad over there. Out of nowhere, a hand grabs the subordinate's suit jacket and snatches the phone right from him. On the other end of the line, Go Jong-suk yells annoyed, demanding a clear explanation. Jae-hyun takes over the call, teasing that his subordinate doesn't know how to express himself properly. Go Jong-suk stands up outraged, hearing that this is the rival who took down 5 branches in a week. Furious, he tells the intruder to stop this absolute madness and wrap up the joke. Jae-hyun smiles and warns that he knows full well who he's talking to and has zero plans to stop. The Prota reminds him that if the mess grows, headquarters will demand answers from him. He tells the boss to head over to the warehouse personally if he wants to try and stop him from pushing forward. The monster grinds his teeth over the phone, demanding to know what the kid actually wants. Jae-hyun calls out the coward for a direct head-on clash instead of running away from the fight. Outraged by the taunt, the boss jumps up yelling at him not to move an inch from there. Jae-hyun tosses the phone back to the terrified worker, mocking how easy it was to push his buttons. Right after, the young man turns to the downed manager, asking what he plans to do now. He asks if the man is going to wait for the boss or head out with his thugs. The manager assumes the boss will show up with an army of thugs, but remains super hesitant. He already knows from personal experience that this young man can't be beaten through numbers. Facing both fighters, the man surrenders, stating he prefers to exit the premises. Song-han, Cheol asks if everything is fine, and the young man suggests he go get some rest. The sun shines over the front of the massive beverage warehouse as everyone clears out. Suddenly, the loud sound of screeching tires echoes with the sudden arrival of vehicles. Multiple black cars pull up simultaneously, and the passengers begin stepping out. A swarm of mobsters armed with baseball bats charges toward the warehouse. Go Jong-suk leads the raid alongside his thugs, but picks up on something super weird. He finds it odd to see the yard empty, asking annoyed where the manager and his team went. At that second, a metallic noise echoes coming from the locked door of the large warehouse. One of the subordinates' arts alerts the boss that the intruders seem to be hiding inside the warehouse. Go-jong-suk loses his patience, ordering his men to go check out the inside of the facility. 3 thugs, armed with bats, march purposefully toward the small access door. One of the men grips the metal handle and turns it slowly, opening the warehouse entrance. They step into the dim light of the quiet warehouse, ready to strike anyone inside. From the outside, the boss yells, demanding the intruders step out of hiding immediately. Go-jong-suk mocks them, assuming the rivals are terrified to step out and face his army. But suddenly, screams of terror and sounds of heavy fighting echo from inside the warehouse. Go-jong-suk gets puzzled, wondering if his henchmen actually saw a ghost. The boss loses his cool and yells, demanding to know what on earth happened inside. But an eerie silence falls over the entire front of the warehouse. Annoyed by the hesitation, Go-jong-suk turns furiously toward his subordinates. He orders the entire group to storm the facility at once to catch the loser. However, every single man who stepped inside ends up laid out cold on the dark floor. Terrified, the last 2 thugs scream out, demanding the intruder show himself. Hein emerges from the shadows with a knife in hand, asking what they plan to do. With a dark gaze, the young man questions what exactly they intend to attempt. Panic-stricken, the mobsters attempt to strike with their bats in a desperate move. Hein surges like a shadow, delivering a lethal and precise counter-strike. Outside, Go-jong-suk waits, believing the issue has already been wrapped up. He assumes that with so many guys inside, the intruder will be subdued in seconds. But inside the warehouse, the young man slashes through every single enemy without a shred of mercy. A thug attempts to strike with his bat, channeling all his strength into the swing. Hein slips it easily, responding by cutting the adversary down in mid-air. The weapon drops bloody onto the floor as screams of pain echo through the venue. Outside, Go-jong-suk feels a cold shiver, realizing something is seriously wrong. He decides to take matters into his own hands to handle the situation personally. Out of nowhere, one of his thugs comes sprinting out of the warehouse in complete terror. The man warns in a panic that the guy inside is insanely dangerous. Before he can finish speaking, a sharp knife comes flying through the air at high speed. The blade hits the runner's leg, digging deep and cutting his sprint short. The thug collapses to his knees, howling in agony right at his boss's feet. Go-jong-suk stares at the scene shocked, cold sweat dripping down his face. A hand holding a blood-dripping knife slowly emerges from the darkness. Hein walks out of the warehouse with complete composure, keeping a tight grip on the blade. Go-jong-suk glares at him shocked, asking himself if that kid is the true rival. Without hesitation, Go-jong-suk draws a knife and strikes his own fallen subordinate on the ground. He delivers a brutal strike to arm himself, while the thug screams out in agony. The boss drops into a combat stance, holding up the blood-stained blade. He asks the young man if he was the one who demanded to see his face in person. Hein notes that the mobster shows way more confidence than he anticipated. The young man mocks him, saying that if he were truly brave, he wouldn't have hidden behind others. Annoyed by the taunt, the criminal boss grinds his teeth in sheer rage. He yells furiously and lunges at Hein with his blade raised. tracks the enemy's charge with a completely calm gaze. With swift movements, the prota flawlessly slips past the knife attack. The sharp blade grazes right past the young man's clothing mid-dodge. The two trade fast strikes in a pretty intense clash of blades. The knives collide, throwing sparks as Hein analyzes the rival's fighting style. The young man acknowledges that the rival boss actually packs some solid combat skill. Go-jong-suk raises his knife to deliver another devastating strike in the fight. However, Hein blocks the attack, asserting that he doesn't even come close to the previous boss. With a swift movement, Hein lands a surgical slash that connects with the rival. Go-jong-suk lets out a groan of pain as his hand gets cut right mid-charge. The knife falls from his grip, and the young man lands a clean kick to push the rival back. The weapon slides far across the concrete, while the boss completely loses his balance. Go-jong-suk glares at the floor, sweating cold, overcome by a feeling of pure terror. leaving zero window to react. Jae-hyun surges forward to finish the fight with a punch. Jae-hyun hurls a powerful punch aimed directly at the opponent's face. The monster shuts his eyes, desperate, begging not to get hit in the face. Instead of his face, the devastating blow lands hard on the enemy's body. Falling backward, he thinks relieved that at least his face won't be left marked up. The boss collapses to the floor out of strength while the prota observes him standing tall. The downed man opens his eyes with difficulty, staring at the yard concrete. He looks up with blurry vision, trying to regain his senses. Jae-hyun appears right over him, glaring down at him with absolute seriousness. The young man holds the knife tightly, prepping his next move in the fight. Squatting beside him, Jae-hyun calmly asks if he still wants to keep going. Terrified by the blade close to his face, the boss begs him to hold on. The young man grants the request, asking what exactly the mobster wants to say. Go-jong-suk swears he will stop and give up while the young man waits in silence. Suddenly, a bloody thug comes stumbling out of the warehouse, screaming for his boss. Jae-hyun turns to look at the intruder without showing a shred of concern. The injured subordinate demands he let go of the boss immediately as he moves forward. Jae-hyun presses the tip of the knife near the boss's eye and comments on the thug's attitude. In absolute panic, the boss screams frantically, telling his subordinate to freeze. He screams in utter desperation, demanding the thug not take another single step. Startled by the boss's outburst, the subordinate obeys and freezes in his tracks. Go-jong-suk guarantees he will pull out and promises not to bring up his name to headquarters. Jae-hyun orders him to report everything, telling him to warn headquarters that BB Company will take all the branches. The mobster accepts the order, stunned by the absurd, terrifying confidence of that kid. The prota asks who his direct boss is, leaving the mobster quite curious. The image shows the giant headquarters of the enemy group as Jae-hyun finishes his thought. The young man warns that his superior will be his next target on the hit list. The mobster reveals that his direct boss is the influential director Cho Young-jiu. Hyun repeats the rival executive's name, etching the key piece of intel into his mind. The young man silently notes that he doesn't know the guy, but that hardly matters now. Jae-hyun makes a wave of his hand, dismissing the fallen mobster to scram immediately. The thug helps the boss up as Go-jong-suk tells his men to clear out. The mobster's vehicle starts speeding off from the location. Alone near the car, the boss sighs worriedly, unsure of how to report this loss. Right then, another luxury car pulls up right up ahead, catching his attention. To the monster's utter shock, the big-guying man, G steps out of the black vehicle. Go-jong-suk stands in absolute shock, recognizing his legendary predecessor right there. Bang notes he knows about his promotion to his old role as department head. Jae-hyun pops up in the background, waving happily and calling out to his chief security officer. Bang apologizes for being late, explaining he was simply greeting an old teammate. The mobster gets confused, unable to wrap his head around why someone so strong walked away from the rival crew. Bang observes his injured young colleague with a composed, thoughtful look. He shares that he was in the exact same position when the young man first popped up. He recalls that the young man took over an office solo and defeated everyone who tried to stop him. Bang asserts he picked up on the danger, and the mobster agrees, saying he felt it firsthand. Bang reveals he sounded the alarm to upper management about the threat, but was completely ignored at the top. Go-jong-suk deduces he put in his resignation out of rage, and Bang confirms the suspicion. Bang explains that after what happened, he began viewing that threat as massive potential. The mobster asks the motive behind listening to this whole backstory if he has to write a report. Bang suggests placing the blame on him to avoid getting punished by upper management for the failure. With that, Bang gets into his vehicle and bids farewell, leaving the man deep in thought at the sight. Jae-hyun explains he demanded the boss's immediate presence to settle everything in one go. His partner laments the delay and asks surprised how he resolved the issue so fast. Bang notes the rival was strong, but Jae-hyun responds with total indifference regarding the fight. The veteran Song-han Cheol approaches, stunned upon learning the young man beat everyone solo. The young man recalls his promise, and the veteran admits impressed that his strength is unreal. Jae-hyun asks to spread the word among the other leaders, and the veteran accepts with a laugh. The prota flashes a sly smile and asks to spread one more key piece of news. The two partners look at the young man, curious to know what this new update could be. Later on, a dark car cuts down the road as the duo heads back toward the company. Inside the vehicle, Jae-hyun quietly takes in the view from the passenger seat. Bang asks worriedly if the young man is sure about the message passed to the leaders. The young man calmly guarantees that the promise made to the veteran will work out great. Bang asks if he ran this by the vice president, and the young man admits he didn't. Upon arriving at the company headquarters, a massive scream of shock echoes down the hallway. Somi gets furious with Jae-hyun for pulling off such a big move behind her back. He calmly clarifies that he acted completely solo and without Bang's knowledge. The young woman angrily slams the desk, saying that at least the chief security officer is a reasonable person. Jae-hyun scratches his head, quietly grumbling that he also considers his mind completely sane. She vents outraged over the promise to waive 10 years of dues for the companies. She asks if he has any concept of the massive fortune lost, and the young man answers he can't even imagine. Jae-hyun reminds her that the true goal isn't Seodwong's cash, but taking down Union. Even understanding the goal, the vice president laments the massive amount of profit thrown away. He explains that to convince crews to gamble everything, you have to offer a massive payout. Relaxed in his chair, Jae-hyun asserts that now all that's left is to wait for the rumor to circulate. The scene shifts to a traditional tea house lit by the soft afternoon glow. Song-han Chil excitedly shares details regarding Jae-hyun's strength and offer. Several local business owners listen closely to the account during that sit-down. In no time, the topic turns into the main talk of the town across the whole district area. Rumors regarding BB Company's tempting offer spread rapidly like wildfire. Inside headquarters, director Cho Young-ju asks surprised if the story is legit. The bruised employee confirms everything, saying he heard the offer directly from the source. Furious, the executive bites his lip, cursing out Bang Man G over the nerve of that move. He confirms the name of the new rival company, and the subordinate responds in a solemn tone. He recalls that the man behind Platinum's downfall is the boss of that outfit. Worried, he fears upper management might find out about the problems caused by the rival. Desperate, he buries his face in his hands, thinking Bang is getting revenge on the company in the worst way. Trying to regain control, the director calls his subordinate over to issue a new order. With a terrifying look, the executive reminds him that managing the branches falls on him. Sweating cold from nerves, the employee confirms the responsibility out of sheer fear. The director orders an assembly of all local leaders to pressure them against betraying headquarters. In the hallway, he places calls to convene an emergency meeting with every branch. In his office, he thinks to himself that it's just a matter of tossing out the bad apples and keeping the rest united. He mocks the idea, believing it's impossible for business owners to follow Bang's lead. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing on the desk with an urgent update from the worker. He answers the call casually, but quickly gets startled by the scream through the speaker. He falls into total panic upon discovering that over half the companies turned down the invite.